one of the things we do at the beginning of the meeting is we'll go around and we'll introduce ourselves. Alan, do you think we should start with people online or in the room?
Let's start in the room.
In the room, okay. How about we go like this? Let's start us out. So I'm Pete Holson. I work here in Juneau at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. One of your co-chairs.
I'm Carla Bush. I work here in Juneau as well with the Department of Fish and Game. I'm over by the whale statue. And I sit here on the MSAB representing the North Pacific Council.
Okay, and I am Scott Mazzoni. I work for the Quinault Indian Nation in Area 2A, and I'm a tribal representative.
Peggy Parker, I'm the Executive Director of the Halibut Association of North America, which represents Canadian and U.S. processors.
Garrett Elwood, I'm a commercial halibut fisherman, have been participating in the IPHC process for close to 20 years, and I'm a new appointee. Happy to be here.
Emily Fitting. I work with the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission out of Washington. I'm also a tribal representative.
Andrew Olson. I work here at NOAA, and I am new to this process. I'm taking over for Kurt Iverson's position, who he retired back in April.
Jag Wilson, Executive Director at IPHC. I'm really here just to support things. I have a number of other meetings going on in the building and elsewhere. So I'll be in and out over the next 2 days, and then I fly out a little bit early. But it's really Alan's show, so you're in good hands with Alan.
Boris Braden, Southeast Alaska Guides Organization Co-Director, Sport Fishing Representative for the U.S. and Alaska.
And I'm Phil Joy with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Sport Fish Division. I'm a fisheries scientist working on groundfish, replacing Sarah Webster's old position.
Linda Benkin. I'm a commercial fisherman based out of Sitka and director of Alaska Longline Fishermen Association.
And I'm Alan Hicks. I think everybody knows me. I've been at the commission since 2016, and working on the things that the MSAB wants me to work on. So it's been really good in that way. Before we go to the online people, I wonder if we should introduce the people in the back of the room. And Doug, when it gets to you, maybe you can give a little details for the in-person people about anything you need to know about the building. Rob? You want to introduce yourself?
I'm Robert Tynes. I'm the systems administrator for IPHC.
Hey everybody, my name is Doug Duncan. I also work for NOAA Fisheries. Working with Andrew over there to transition the duties from Kurt. He is happily retired. Yeah, as far as in the building participants, I guess everyone came up on the elevators. The bathrooms are just kind of adjacent kitty corner to those. There's water fountains out there. There is limited food options available on the second floor, and I think coffee. Anybody needs a pick-me-up? If anybody wants a little walk around the NOAA offices or to meet anybody else you work with here at the regional office, let me know. I'm happy to take folks for a walk around, and please let me know if you have any questions or if there's anything I can do for anybody.
Thanks, Doug, and thanks, Andrew. Really appreciate it. How about we turn online then? Should we start with Gwen, and then maybe Gwen, you can go down the list as you see fit. And I think there's somebody that's unmuted, so if you could mute when you're not speaking, that would be very helpful.
All right, good morning, folks. I am Gwen Mason, your Canadian co-chair for the MSAB process. Apologies that I was not able to attend in person, but I will be your designated eye in the sky for this meeting. So I'll be keeping an eye on online participation if Alan and Pete aren't able to keep an eye on it, and we'll do my best to make sure that we call on hands as we see them. I'll also be taking notes today, and we'll be providing the reviews at the end of the day. So I will go through the list online, recognizing that I think some folks with computers in the room are likely signed on to this meeting as well. I did my best to write down everyone's name, but if I mistakenly call on you and you're in the room, my apologies in advance. So I'll just start going down the list. We have with the Secretariat, Ian Stewart on the line. Do you want to say hi, Ian?
Yeah, good morning. Ian Stewart, longstanding member of Alan's support crew. My apologies for not being able to join in person this week. I'll be in and out for parts of the meeting, but looking forward to see how things go.
All right. Thanks, Ian. Next up on my list, I have Joan Forsberg. I don't know if she has microphone permission. All right, Joan, we'll come back to you. Angus Grout.
Yeah, hi, Angus Grout, a commercial halibut fisherman from 2B, member of various boards.
Thanks, Angus. Next up, we have Chris Sporer.
Hello, everyone. I'm Chris Sporer. I'm with the Canadian commercial sector. I'm the executive manager of the Pacific Halibut Management Association of BC, which is an industry association representing Indigenous and non-Indigenous commercial halibut vessel owners in Canada. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Next up, we have Christian Heath. All right, Christian, maybe we'll come back to you as well. Next up on my list, I have James Johnson.
You got me? Just having trouble.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. James Johnson, Executive Director for the Deep Sea Fishermen's Union, representing commercial halibut and sablefish skippers and deckhands out of Seattle.
Great. Thanks, James. Next up, we have Jim Lane.
From the Toronto Tribal Council's Fisheries Department, West Coast of Vancouver Island, BC.
All right. Thanks, Jim. You were a little bit robot sounding there, but I think we got most of it. Next up, we have Lynn Mattis. Go ahead, Lynn.
Yeah, Lynn Mattis. In my day job, I'm with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife as a marine fisheries manager. In this role, I'm representing the Pacific Fishery Management Council. So I recently replaced Heather Hall. And Christian Heath, I don't think he's got mic access at the moment. He's ODFW's halibut manager. I think he's listening in for informational purposes. So thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Lynn. Next up, we have Michelle Conrad. Go ahead, Michelle.
Hi, I'm Michelle Conrad. My apologies for not being there in person. I miss seeing all of you, but I'm glad I'm able to participate. I'm a consultant representing U.S. commercial harvesters.
Thanks, Michelle. Next up, we have Robert Hockness.
Hi, Robert Hockness, Canadian commercial halibut representative.
Great. Thanks, Robert. Next up is Tom Marking.
Yes, good morning. My name is Tom Marking. I'm the California rep, and I serve as the sports rep for the Pacific States. My intention was to be there today, but my plane got canceled last night for mechanical failure, and they couldn't schedule me again until late tonight. So I decided to just go online and attend the meeting.
Thanks, Tom. Sorry to hear that. Flights never fail to mess things up sometimes. Okay, let's circle back to Joan. Joan, do you have microphone access? All right.
I can fill in for Joan is a longtime employee of the Secretariat and has a ton of knowledge and is especially knowledgeable about aging halibut.
Perfect. Okay, so that is it for participants on my list. And I also realized as I was going through introduction, I didn't actually say what my affiliation is for new folks in the room. I am with Fisheries and Oceans Canada in the Groundfish Management Unit. I am the halibut manager for BC Fisheries. And I think we're all set there, Alan and Pete.
Perfect. Well, thanks, Gwen. You want to go through the agenda?
Sure. Okay. So it looks like our next item is to adopt the agenda. We've got several topics to cover over the next couple of days. Some of them are going to be pretty interesting, I think, looking through Alan's presentations. So today, tomorrow, full days, and then a half day on Thursday. Is there anything more that I need to go into detail for that?
I guess in person, for those that are in person, we are organizing a barbecue tonight at Sandy Beach. I can't remember the name of the shelter, but just ask us for details. It should be a really good time, and we'll sort of talk more about that at the breaks for all the in-person people, so we don't make those online people feel too bad. Now, we'll miss you all online and wish you could be here.
Okay, great. So I'm going to adopt the agenda.
Yeah, unless there's any comments online.
Not seeing any hands.
I'll move to adopt.
Cool.
Second.
All right. The agenda is adopted. And I think that we can bring up the membership document. Is that 03? Yes, we bring up the membership document. I'll talk through a little bit on the membership. Oh, and I see that note from you, Gwen, that Anne Marie will be joining shortly. That's right. Anne Marie with Fisheries and Oceans as well. All right. See if I can control this. Yes, perfect. Okay, well, thanks everybody for being a member of the MSAB, and especially those that have been longtime members. As you may be aware, that the appointment to the MSAB is a 4-year term. And the reason for that is this process, the MSE process, takes a little time to sort of get your head around. And we find that it's usually a year or two before the members really start to contribute to the process. So we really want people in this process to be committed to it for, at least some period of time. And we really thank those that have been committed since day one, which I think Tom Marking and Scott and Peggy, have you been around since pretty much day one as well? There've been a number of people. So there's a lot of great knowledge on the MSAB. And so those people, feel free to ask them if you're a newer member and want to learn some more about the ropes. This document provides some details of past decisions by the commission, but it also provides the current list of members. And this is as of the 3rd of April, and we already have one change in this document. First off, I'd like to welcome Garrett Elwood, our newest member who was appointed in early April. And welcome, Garrett, and thanks for making the meeting. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to your contributions. We have a vacancy under Canadian Commercial. Under First Nations and Tribal Fisheries, we have one vacancy for Canadian First Nations as well. And Jim Lane has been one of the long-standing members from, I think, the first MSAB meeting as well. We have a number of agency members, and Anne Marie should be joining us shortly today. But other than that, I think everybody's here, except, as you see, Kurt Iverson has recently retired from NOAA Fisheries and will be replaced by Andrew. And thanks for coming, Andrew, and we really appreciate you filling in for Kurt. And I think Doug, too, you'll be sitting around learning the ropes also. Appreciate it. So that'll be our Alaska regional members. And Phil is a new member. This is your first MSAB meeting as well. Is that right? Yeah. So welcome, Phil, for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Let's see. Okay, under the processors, we currently have 2 vacancies for Canadian processors. Although Peggy did mention that Hannah is a representative for US and Canadian processors. Angel gave her apologies for this meeting. I believe she is at a North Pacific Council related meeting this week. Under recreational sport fisheries, we have one vacancy for Canadian sport fishing. Michael Fowler is the one person that I thought was going to show up today.
Hi, Ellen. I actually just got a text from him. He just landed at the airport and he's on his way.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, we'll see him when he gets here. And so that's great that he could show up. And then Tom and Forrest are the other U.S. Sport fishing representatives. With that, are there any questions about membership? I know we've had some thoughts in the past. We've had a few announcements, asking for solicitations for new members, and we have received some in the past. But if you know of anybody that is interested in being an MSAB member for one of these vacancies, please do let the Secretariat know.
Yeah, Alan, what is the procedure to get onto the board if you're interested?
I think informally, just you can let me or Dave Wilson know, and then we'll start a formal process. We'll typically do a call for applications or for interest in members, and then we'll get those details from those that are interested in becoming a member and pass that to the commission for a decision. And then the commission has the final decision on the membership of the MSAB.
I'll just add to that, Alan. Yeah, the MSAB is one of the few subsidiary bodies where the commission does want to formally consider and approve. And I think that also highlights the importance of the MSAB to the commission's decision-making process. The other boards, they're happy for the boards and the secretariat to go through those processes for appointment. But the MSAB, they want it to be a formal documented approval process.
All right. If there's no more questions on the membership, I think we can move on to the next agenda item, which is document 04. And if you can bring that up, please. This is update on the actions arising from the 20th session of MSAB, which occurred last October. Okay, can I zoom it in? I can. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so this document is just a brief reminder of some of the requests and recommendations that came out of the MSAB and at the 20th session of the MSAB in October. And what I'll do is I'll jump to the appendix, which highlights those recommendations and requests, and then give you a status update on them. I'll go through pretty quickly these first recommendations 1, 2, and 3. As you can see, they're all still in progress. So one of them was a recommendation to change optimize average coastwide TCY in the objectives to maximize coastwide TCY. We'll talk about that at this meeting, but the commission is still considering that, and will be taking that up in meetings this year in 2025 and 2026. A big recommendation from the MSAB was to actually make a recommendation on the reference management procedure here in recommendation 2. And that is still being considered by the commission as well. And when we talk about the harvest strategy policy and the program of work, we'll get into some of that. The third recommendation there is further evaluations of these different management procedure elements. And we'll talk about that in document, I believe it's 07 or 08. And that's the MSE program of work. That'll be our main discussion tomorrow during the meeting. All right, on to some things that have been completed. The MSAB recommended the condition consider endorsing the draft harvest strategy policy that was presented at the annual meeting, and the commission is now considering harvest strategy policy, and we've been working with the commissioners on updating a draft, and we'll provide a brief update on that on day 3 of this meeting. And this last recommendation is to have this meeting, MSAB021, which is occurring right now. So in Juneau, Alaska, which is great. Our first in-person meeting since 2019, MSAB13, I think it was, which was in Sitka, which was one of my favorite meetings. So
You can come back.
yeah, I know, I'd love to. And then there's requests. So when we get into report writing, we'll remind you what recommendations are and requests are. There's slight difference between those two. The MSAB made a number of requests here. Let's see, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, 1, 2, and 3, which will actually go into more detail in document 07. So I'll be presenting that this afternoon, the actual responses to those requests. So I won't go over that now. And then the last request is one edit to the draft harvest strategy policy document. And that was reflected in the draft presented at the annual meeting, the 101st annual meeting. Okay, any questions on items from the MSAB 20? Go ahead, Linda.
I just wondered with the first two, the in progress, there's no timeline. So the commissioners, but haven't said when they're going to think about it. There is a timeline for the third one. On any of those, is there any more work for us to do, or we are just done with it until they decide to take it up?
Yeah, I think that, let me see up here. Well, one thing, I don't know where it says it usually says in this document, but one thing, and the reason that we do present this is to make sure the MSAB is aware of what has not been completed so that the MSAB can continue those recommendations if they wish in the current report. So carry it forward basically. And so, if the MSAB feels these are important recommendations, it would be useful to carry those forward and remind the commission of those. When we talk about the program of work, we'll talk about timing on this, and you'll get a better idea what reasonable timing on these sorts of things might be. Any other questions? Okay. Well, let's move on to the next agenda item, and that is outcomes of the 101st session of the IPHC annual meeting, and that is document 05. Thank you, Rob. Okay, so this document now is highlighting all the recommendations and requests that the commissioners made at the 101st annual meeting. And these are only the requests and recommendations related to the MSE and the MSAB. So again, I'll go to the appendix. And this one should be quick. The only request the commissioners made related to the MSE work and the MSAB was for the Secretariat to facilitate informal intersessional workshops consisting of commissioners and key advisors to review and consider the draft harvest strategy policy. And that was for adoption in mid to late 2025. We'll update you more and give you a little bit more details on this on day 3, Thursday morning, on the current status of the harvest strategy policy. But for the quick summary, the commissioners had a workshop in April where we worked with them, walked through the entire harvest strategy policy. They had some really good comments for us, and we provided some edits back to them. And then we will continue working with the commissioners. We may have another workshop and then the work meeting in September. And the hope is to then bring this to the interim meeting of the harvest strategy policy for consideration for adoption. And we'll have more detailed talk about that, and I'll walk through some of the harvest strategy policy on Thursday morning. Any questions on the outcomes of the 101st annual meeting, which was a great meeting hosted in Vancouver this year?
Yeah, Alan, this is Tom. One question. It seems I jotted in my notes back then. Didn't they want us to take a stab at what we considered a conservation limit on halibut? Was that in discussion? I didn't see it in our notes anywhere, but I had that in my notice that we were to take a stab at that.
Yeah. So one thing, and we'll talk about this later this afternoon, I believe, is the commission was concerned, especially with the request of the MSAB to change optimize yield to maximize yield. The commission was concerned that there wasn't a clear statement that that was under sustainability. So you do want to make sure that you're maintaining the stable stock, because if you just maximize catch, the stock might not be sustainable. So I'll walk the MSAB later today through how the Secretariat has been thinking about this and how we've been working with the commissioners on sort of reforming all of the objectives to make it very clear in this hierarchical nature that sustainability is considered first in the objectives, followed by maximizing yield. So hopefully that becomes a little bit more clear. But thanks, Tom, for reminding us about that. Okay, any other questions related to the annual meeting and any requests of the commissioners? All right. With that, 9:30, we're half an hour ahead. That means I can talk for even longer. No. With that, let's jump right into the first presentation for document 06, and that is understanding MSE and how it's used for Pacific halibut management. While that's coming up, catch up on my notes just a little bit.
Was that a document or was it
A presentation? Thanks. There we go. Huh. Oh, this is a PDF. Is it possible to bring up the PowerPoint? There's the slide. There's the slide I was talking to that we'll go over that Tom had the question about. Perfect. All right. Take that away. How's that for everybody? Can everybody see that online? Just want to verify.
Yep.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks again for joining us during this meeting. One idea is, I'm really happy to have an in-person meeting, although I wish more people could be here, but that's great. Part of having a meeting in a place other than Seattle with the MSAB is a little bit of outreach and allowing people to attend the meeting if they wish, but also it allows for the Secretariat to get out and meet some of the stakeholders in that area. So one thing we thought about for this meeting is to begin with sort of a background of MSE and really how it's related to the management of Pacific halibut. So we have a few new members, and it's always good for a little bit of review, remind people where we're at. And I think this is also a really good time to have this little reminder of what the MSAB has done, what the MSE has done, what's been accomplished, and where we're going with it. So hopefully this presentation will answer a little bit of those types of questions. So feel free to interrupt, ask questions if you want. We'll try to monitor for hands, or if you want to click on a video, that's fine too. That'll pop up on our screen and we'll be able to see that you're waiting to ask a question. If we don't notice you, just turn on the mic and speak up. We don't mind that as well. So I'll talk for about an hour, a little bit over an hour, and then we'll take a break and see where we're at with that. Okay, so management strategy evaluation at IPHC. When I first had the opportunity to apply for the job at IPHC, I was very, very excited. In fact, I knew about IPHC way before that when I was a master's degree student at University of Idaho. And because IPHC has a really interesting history related to fisheries management. And actually one of the coolest things for me at IPHC is that the first management strategy evaluation was done by IPHC Secretariat. And that was southward in 1968. And in fact, Ray Hilborn, my PhD advisor, in our oral exam for the PhD, he would often ask, what is the first MSE? And hardly anybody knew it, but I knew it. So that was a good thing. And so coming to IPHC, I was very excited about that. And IPHC has the document he wrote, and it has the link right here. It's right on the IPHC website. If you want to ever look at it, it's really, really interesting document, and how he creates this whole flow chart of how his simulations work. And when you have a little bit of familiarity with the MSE process that we're doing here, and you look back at his flow chart, it's going to make a lot of sense to you, and you'll see how the fisheries come in, but it's really in like operations analysis type method. So it's a lot of fun to look at. Anyways, you can tell I get excited about that manuscript. But basically, IPHC was trying to optimize yield back then in the 1960s, 1970s. And Southward investigated 3 different management procedures: a management procedure based only on CPUE. That sounds pretty interesting. He also based management procedures on some more complex models of that time, like yield per recruit and calculating equilibrium yield. And he found that there were just minor differences between them. And again, what we've been learning in our process is halibut are highly variable across time. So the differences between a lot of these management procedures, even we're investigating, is pretty small, but it's not insignificant, those differences. So since Southward, there's been, again, another reason that I was really excited to work for IPHC is there's been a long history of really fantastic fishery scientists. Anna Parma, Steve Hare, Bill Clark, Juan Valero all did a lot of MSE work that has really driven where we're at today with halibut management. And then since 2012, when the MSAB came along, was Steve Martell and then myself taking over in 2016. And of course, the MSAB is a really important aspect to the history of MSE. And I think throughout the fisheries world, IPHC is celebrated for having this real defined stakeholder involvement in their MSE process. And that's something that I'm really pleased to be a part of and to be able to talk to all of you in the way that we do. So thanks again for all your help with this and for your service. So we talked a lot about management strategy evaluation, but let's remind everybody what it is. And the way I define it, it's a process to evaluate harvest strategies and develop a management procedure that's robust to uncertainty and meets defined objectives. There's a number of important aspects to this evaluation. Harvest strategies and management procedure, there's a slight difference between the two, where management procedure is a real formulaic way to calculate the TCY or the quota, whereas a harvest strategy involves the whole process of the commission's decision-making process and the information from the different subsidiary bodies of the IPHC. We want to make sure that the management, this harvest strategy or management procedure, is robust to the uncertainty of halibut, and we're going to talk a bit about what variability in halibut and uncertainty looks like throughout this meeting, but that it meets defined objectives. And that's a really important part of this process, is defining the objectives. And the MSAB has been very informative in what the objectives are, have fed that to the commissioners, and the commissioners have made some decisions related to priority objectives. So I've always had this little chart that was inspired by Dr. Sean Cox a long time ago that I created. And if we start at the top, you don't have to, but say we start defining goals and objectives, we involve stakeholders and managers in that process. We then develop management procedures, which will go through what that actually is, and that involves stakeholders and managers as well. Simulation is mostly the secretariat and running models, and then we bring back those results and evaluate them with the assistance of stakeholders and managers as well. And really the goal here, the outcome of this process is to put something into application, to implement a management procedure. And that's where we're at right now with the Harvest Strategy Policy document. So the MSAB has been working on those 3 blue boxes on the right. And now we're finally getting to that last point of application, which is really, really exciting for me. And I see the Harvest Strategy Policy document as the success of the MSAB and the commission. So notice that it doesn't end at application though. And there's an arrow pointing back and there's little arrows pointing back between all the boxes. And part of this process is that it's iterative and it can backtrack a little bit because we learn along the way. We want to make sure that we are applying the knowledge that we're learning. And I want to give a quick example, and Scott and Peggy probably remember this, is when I first came, my first meeting of the MSAB, one of the objectives was to get catches back to 70 million pounds. And I was like, okay, let's do some modeling. So I did some modeling and I just could not figure out how that was ever going to happen, right? It seemed like, well, maybe 40 million pounds is more what we should be expecting out of this fishery, given the variability. And what we've learned along the way is that when the catches were over 70 million pounds was a period in time where we had really good recruitment and really large fish for their ages. And so we'll talk more about this later today, hopefully. But we learned through that process, it's like that was actually somewhat of a rare event. And then what is the more norm that we should be expecting from this fishery? So we went back and revised our objectives and learned a little bit from the modeling process. Yeah.
That's what Chris says.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Dr. Hicks. Could you explain to us, we've got 2 terms there, harvest strategies and management procedures, and what they are. Are they 2 separate things? Does one encapsulate the other? Just so we're clear on that, because they sort of seem like in a way they're almost used interchangeably, but I think they're separate things, but I just want to make sure I'm clear on it. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. That's a really good point. They are defined in the Harvest Strategy Policy document more clearly, because I realize that is an important distinction there. In some MSC processes and other fisheries, they actually call them the same thing. They are synonymous with each other, but at IPHC, we're calling them slightly different, where we're really identifying the management procedure as that formulaic approach for calculating the quota. So for example, the current reference management procedure is using an SPR of 43%, a control rule of 30-20, and a stock assessment with all the inputs of data that we can calculate what the TCY is. And that's what Dr. Stewart does every year for the assessment, presents that in a decision table. It needs no other input from anybody because it is defined as a specific procedure. Harvest strategy, in the context defined in the Harvest Strategy Policy document, the harvest strategy is enveloping all of this picture, the goals and the objectives, the management procedure, which is how you collect and analyze the data, and then the process of testing that as well. So the harvest strategy encompasses the management procedure, and it includes sort of the objectives of it. And so it's just a slightly broader sense than the management procedure. We'll also talk about the harvest strategy policy, and the policy part is bringing in the rest of the process with the decision making, the annual meeting, the subsidiary bodies, and all of that. Does that help, Chris?
Yeah, that does. I mean, basically, it sounds like the management procedure is kind of the nuts and bolts of how you manage the fishery, the tools in a way, and the harvest policy encapsulates that, as well as, like you say, the goals, the objectives, and how it's applied. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay, that was a bit long-winded, but I think it's important to just understand what management strategy evaluation is And it's important to understand some of the elements and concepts. And these are some of the important parts that I see of MSE. It's a process, not a product, that I think was presented at the first MSAB meeting by Dr. Cronland from DFO at that time. It is iterative and may backtrack, as we talked about. It has stakeholder and resource user involvement. I think that's a really important process to this. You might hear some places talk about desktop MSEs. And a desktop MSE is usually when just an analyst or a smaller group of people does what they call an MSE. I don't call that an MSE though. I think you have to have that stakeholder involvement in the definition of objectives. A really important part is to have closed loop feedback. And what I mean by that, and we'll talk a little bit more about this as well, is that in the simulations, you're applying that management procedure and that's feeding back into the population. You're not just simulating a population forward and then doing some analysis on it. It's a management procedure is defined to have a repeatable outcome. So that's really important. A management procedure is a defined formulaic approach that everybody can just calculate. Well, SPR is a little hard to use, but it is a calculatable thing that would get the same answer every time. There's performance metrics related to objectives, and that's how we evaluate. We'll talk about some of those performance metrics. Once an MP is applied, the process may repeat itself, meaning we may start over and look at the whole thing again and might do more evaluations and learn a little bit more about the system and change that management procedure in the future. But I really like to think communication is a key important component to this. And that's why I'm glad that we have the MSAB. We can keep those communication channels open. And then also, as you know, anytime you want to talk about this with me, I'll make myself available. Yeah, just feel free, Gwen and Pete, to just interrupt or just call on somebody. I'm happy to stop talking for a moment. Okay, so let's talk about objectives. Yeah, go ahead, Forrest.
Just ask a question. In your experience since you started the MSAB or been involved, our basic role is to sort of define goals and objectives. Is there any other way that the MSAB's been helpful outside of that?
Yeah. Really, the terms of reference state that the MSAB is to guide the MSE process. And so that involves defining goals and objectives. The MSAB's also been very helpful at coming up with different elements of management procedures. We've talked about constraints. I'm hoping that we talk about empirical control rules, like things happen if there's not an assessment. What are some ideas there? So I think the MSAB has been very helpful in that process. Oh, made it. Cool.
Welcome.
And so I think that there's a lot of different things where the MSAB has been helpful, but a really key component for the MSAB, well, two things that I find important. One is to provide those recommendations to the commission. The commission does listen to what the MSAB has to say. And I think that's very important. They really look to the MSAB to help them with some of their decisions. But another really important component is to reach out to stakeholders and for the MSAB members to communicate with their constituents. So I think there's a lot of different components of the MSAB, but if the MSAB members have any good ideas about how they feel they could contribute more, we're open to hear that, but it's probably useful. We have a number of things listed in the terms of reference as well on what the real things is. But I think one of the biggest successes of the MSAB has been development objectives. And so we're welcoming Michael Fowler to the meeting, and glad you could make it, Michael.
Oh, one of them plane trips.
Yeah.
I hope you weren't flying all night or something.
No, they actually dropped me off for a couple hours in Anchorage and then flew me back.
Huh?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that was fun.
Out of Seattle.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's a long way around.
Out of Vancouver.
Vancouver. Wow. Shoot.
Well, welcome, Michael.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, I'll continue on with the presentation talking about the development of objectives. And as Forrest just asked about, is that's a really important part of the MSAB is the development objectives. And that's why it's also important to have the diversity in the MSAB, the different sectors and the different groups, because objectives are slightly different across the different groups. So one thing to realize, there are probably thousands of objectives. In fact, everybody out there probably has a slightly different objectives. And so what we have done over time is really narrowed that down to the priority objectives of the commission on managing Pacific halibut. But we haven't lost that in the sense that we still have objectives. We still have lots of objectives. We might have I think we have a number of objectives, and they're probably in one of the appendices of the document. I think document 6 or 7, or a number of different objectives. Sometimes an objective is vague and it's not easily measurable. Sometimes people just want, say, for example, an objective like, I want the opportunity to go fishing. Well, what does that mean? I mean, that's a really good objective, but it's not a really well-defined objective. So we have worked in the MSAB to come up with, okay, let's start there and then continue defining it until we get a really well-defined objective. Some objectives might be specific to regions or areas. And so it might be an objective in 3A that's very different than an objective in 2B, for example, or even 2A. But most objectives have a performance metric, and that's really what we'll report and use for the evaluation of these different management procedures. So I want to give you an example here of an objective, and we can define things like a goal. We can have a general objective. And so we might have a goal of conservation or sustainability. So that goal is that really high level concept. We just want to have a sustainable stock. And so we've defined things like a general objective, and that might be keep the female spawning biomass above some critical stock size. That's a really good objective, but it also is not very detailed. So how do we evaluate that? So we then develop a measurable objective, and that's to maintain the female stock biomass above a biomass limit reference point at least 95% of the time. And so there's three elements of this measurable objective that are really important. One is the measurable outcome, and that's the spawning biomass limit reference point, and having that defined. What is this relative to? What's that objective relative to? A time frame, is this over the next 5 years or is this over the long term? And so for a conservation objective, we want to make sure it's over the long term. And then a tolerance. What's our tolerance level of meeting that objective? Because we can't say we want to meet that all the time. There could be some rare chance that the stock could get really low, for example. But we define a tolerance, and we say our tolerance is 5%. So we don't want to go below that level more than 5% of the time. And that means across all the different simulations of the variability. So then we have this performance metric, and it's simply a probability, and we report this as a pass-fail. So it either makes it or it doesn't. And this is actually the first priority objective of the commission, and a really important objective. So you see, this is a sustainability objective, and then you'll see where this fits in. But whenever we develop objectives, this is sort of the process we'll go through. What's really the high level here? What is a general part of it? How do we make that measurable? And then how do we develop a performance metric of it so that we can evaluate if that objective is being met?
I have a quick question. In the third box under measurable outcome, it says SB less than spawning biomass limit. Am I not thinking of that correctly? If we want to keep it above a limit, I just didn't know if that symbol's in the wrong.
No,
Thinking the wrong way, or I'm not thinking about it.
Yeah,
correctly.
I was expecting Michelle to make this comment, actually, because we think about the objective. It's a really good comment. We think about the objective as keeping it above, so that'd be greater than. However, when we report it as a performance metric, I don't know, maybe this is the pessimistic side of me. I report things as the negative. And so I just report it as what's the chance that it falls below. And that's why the tolerance is now 0.05 instead of 95.
The other way would be 0.9.
Yeah. So yeah, I've had the question in the past, why don't we just make everything positive and what report performance metrics as being above? And it's just, that's not been the common way for things to be reported. And so you report things as risk, basically. And what's the risk of falling below? So we could redefine the objective as avoid the female spawning biomass from going below a limit reference point or something like that. But it's the same thing, just confusing.
That helps. Thank you.
Ellen, I'm gonna ask a probably dumb question, but like our tolerance for like catching all the halibut is 0. And we have a limit of 20% of unfished spawning biomass as our lower limit. How do we get at the tolerance of 5%? Like, why do we leave that there? Is because some simulations are just going to exceed that and you need just a little bit of wiggle room there?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We'll talk later about things that we can control and things we cannot control. And so, and there's also estimation uncertainty. So if we think about it and we want to not fish till there's 0 halibut, or we don't want to fish when there's 20% of the spawning stock out there, we don't know exactly where we're at with the population. So there is always a chance of going below that 20% because either there's been low recruitment or weighted age is declining, or we estimated, the stock assessment estimated it at 25% when it's actually at 18% or something like that. So that's why there's always a chance of going below 20%. With our 30-20 control rule, you'll find that it's pretty aggressive and there's very, very little chance that it gets down there. We start curtailing catch and the population typically comes back way before it gets even to 20. So there's always this chance. So we can't have an objective that says we want 100% probability that it's not going to do that because there's a lot of things we cannot control.
Can I add something just real quick to that?
Sure.
It's also like the uncertainty in the data that we're putting into the stock assessment. So you have this range of what could have been an outcome of the survey or the fishery, that there's potential in that data for certain combinations to have the stock assessment estimate spawning biomass at some probability lower than 20%. So it's like a combination of all the aspects of these interventions, right?
Yeah. And I mean, a big part of it too is the assessment really doesn't start tracking fish until they're about 8 years old. And this is something Dr. Stewart's talked about a lot. He says, we're not going to know the recruitment strength until these fish are 8, 9, or 10 years old. So there's a bit of a lag there too. So that's all contributing to the process of being a little bit behind what's going on exactly right now.
Question.
Yeah.
And yet, this does not cover things, these weird anomalies that are once in a lifetime, like with snow crab or peacock in the Gulf. We still don't have any numbers that would include that possibility, do we?
So the simulations, right now are not including like a rare event of volcano erupting and underwater volcano taking out half the halibut population. You know, we're not doing anything like that in the simulations, but you can. That's the fun thing about modeling. I could put something in that'll make that happen. And sometimes we do want to simulate those extreme events or rare events, just, and I think for something like snow crab, maybe it would be useful to put in something like that into their simulations. Okay, so that's all led to the development of 4 commission priority objectives. So these currently are the accepted commission priority objectives, although we're working on them with the commission. And as you may remember, the MSAB's made some requests for changes to these or recommendations for changes to these. But that first priority objective is one we just went over, a sustainability objective. The second objective is one where we sort of want to keep the biomass at. What would be a good level to keep the biomass at to maximize sustainable yield, optimal yield, or maximize economic yield? We can call it what we want to, but it's like, where's the best place to keep the biomass at that would optimize yield? Yeah, Chris has it. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, just on this second one, I noticed there's some wording that I don't think's been in the previous versions of this one. It's the last part, on a spatial and temporal scale relevant to the fishery. Every other time I've seen it, it stops at that optimizes fishing activities, period. So where does the spatial and temporal scale relevant to the fishery come from? Is that some direction from the commissioners? And could you explain what it means? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, and good notice. I can't remember when that wording came in.
Definitely.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look back and see when that changed. And I can look at the 101st annual meeting to see if it's changed since then. Because I think what's happening is I'm starting to mix up some of the work we've been doing with the commissioners this year into these objectives. But that is a good point. And I believe the wording came in because we wanted to make sure that it's, that's a good question. I'll look into that, Chris, and I'll get back to you during this meeting, okay? I think that's the best way to think about that one.
Alan, great, thank you.
Just very quickly, I recall some discussions by the commissioners, and I can't remember which meeting it was, but the US commissioners in particular wanting that text change from the discussions around distribution and the like. And so I can remember Commissioner Berlin in particular requesting that language, but as you said, we'll dig out exactly when that came through.
Yeah, and that's what I think too. It might have been during the workshop that came up, or maybe it was at the annual meeting. But you're right, Chris. That is new, and where I'm going to with this is I'm going to show you where we're currently at with the objectives of the commission, and there's going to be quite a few changes from this. So.
Okay, well, I guess my comment on that as we think about this is on a spatial and temporal scale. Well, temporal scale, isn't that already set that this is a long-term objective? There's a time frame. So I don't understand the temporal scale relevant to the fishery. Are they saying that we want to make this now a short-term objective, which I don't think is a good idea for or at least our discussions in the past, where this is kind of an upper stock reference point, kind of a target reference point, more treated more like an upper stock reference point. So I'm not sure the temporal part. And then spatial, we're looking at things on a coast-wide level. So what does that mean? So I'm a little confused by that. So I know we can change wording, but I'm not sure how we incorporate it and how we evaluate it. So I think there's still some discussion there. Thanks.
Yeah, I would agree, Chris.
I was just going to say it'd be helpful when you find it in the notes if you could explain to us so we could understand the rationale the commissioners used if this was added. Because I'm not quite sure I know what that means.
In my understanding, we always were instructed. We were only fit to make decisions or recommendations at the coast-wide level. They would make those spatial level decisions themselves.
Yeah, so we get to
Yep.
understand what they meant.
Yeah, and I'll look into it without trying to speak to it before that. But I think it's on that context of trying to maintain that the commission is making those decisions on distribution of the TCY. Okay, yeah, we'll look into that. Any other comments on B?
Yeah, Alan, this is Tom. I think to that issue that Chris is talking about, I understand our role here is to develop a harvest strategy policy. And to do that, we can't just deal with the long term. We have to deal with the short term, midterm also on what kind of management procedures would be implemented should you have a deviation from a long term trend, that you have to be able to react on that. And so I think we're not just talking 40, 50, 60 years here. We're talking short term as a harvest strategy policy besides just long term. I think that's why we have to deal with these, this temporal basis.
Yeah, that's true, Tom. And what where the short term really comes in these objectives is C and D. where that is to optimize the average coastwide yield, given those constraints above. So C is stating that A and B have to be met before you even get on to C. And then D is to limit the annual changes in the coastwide mortality limit, given the constraints above as well. But that one, the C and D, I think need a little bit of work. And I put arrows next to B and C because that's where the MSAB made recommendations last year based on changing those. And I think we walked through those a little bit in the next slides. Yeah, so that objective B that we were talking about a little bit with the new wording in it actually is that the relative spawning biomass is that this threshold relative spawning biomass is 36% of unfished. And that's a proxy for maximum economic yield. And what's really important in that sentence is a proxy. We don't know what a maximum economic yield, what the biomass that would support maximum economic yield is. And it might change with stock conditions. So we've just defined a proxy as a reasonable level that might optimize the fishery. Go ahead, Chris.
Could you maybe explain a little more maximum economic yield and also how it relates to maximum sustainable yield?
Yeah, sure. The easiest thing would be to draw a figure, but I'm not going to attempt to draw a figure on presentation mode here. But if you think about maximum sustainable yield, that is what we call the yield curve. And the way that I like to think about it is if this population has been unfished, then you have some amount of, if you want to keep the population at an unfished level forever, how do you do that? What's the level of fishing you'd have to do to keep it at an unfished level forever? Zero, right. And what's the level of fishing you'd get if the population was at zero spawning biomass? Zero as well, right? There's no fish out there. So 2 points on that curve. There's a 0 and a 0. And as you gain spawning biomass or decrease spawning biomass, it has to increase, right? So you have a curve, you have a yield curve, it's called. And where the peak of that yield curve is, where the surplus production is highest, that's called maximum sustainable yield. And so that typically occurs around 30-40% for a species like halibut, maybe even 25% of unfished stock size. So you have that peak of the curve, and so that's your maximum yield. But now if you figure cost into the equation, and what's the cost if you're not fishing? Ignore maintaining your boat on the dry dock or whatever. But there's basically no cost if you're not fishing, right? So when there's zero yield, there's zero cost. As you fish harder and harder, your costs are going to go up. More fuel, probably more gear and all that other stuff. And when you draw that straight line through this yield curve, you'll find that to maximize the economic return doesn't occur at the same point where you maximize the yield, where the top of that yield curve is. So the difference between cost and yield, you get a certain amount of yield, subtract out the cost, is that it's typically maintaining the spawning biomass slightly higher than where it would have maximum sustainable yield will give you maximum economic yield. So it's actually better to not fish as hard for better economic gains because you're reducing the cost and the yield curve is pretty flat up there. I don't know, it's hard to do that with hand waving, but basically the concept is you can maximize yield, that's MSY, and then you can account for the cost of fishing, and that's MEY, and that's typically at a higher spawning biomass. So when we did this analysis in 2019, we found a proxy for maximum sustainable yield was about 30% relative spawning biomass. But then the fisheries literature states, well, I don't know if it's a good, but a possible estimator for the relative spawning biomass at maximum economic yield through a bunch of analysis people did is multiply that value by 1.2. So you can see it's not really well defined, and that's why we call it a proxy. But we've taken the maximum sustainable yield, which had an analysis behind it, multiplied that by 1.2, and we get an RSB of 36% for maximum economic yield. And that's turned into a reference point for our objective. Another part of that objective is to maintain the stock at or above RSB at 36%. And there was a lot of discussion about this objective because maintaining it at 36% would really define what the management procedure should be. Doesn't give you any wiggle room to do anything else with it. Because you're always trying to keep it right at that target. But by saying at or above, that allows us to say, let's reduce catch to limit variability in the yield, for example, and bring in some of the other objectives. Does that answer your question, Chris? Is that helpful?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, basically, and I think there's a paper on the webpage where you show the work that went into determining maximum sustainable yield was around B30, and then the proxy for MEY. So just as basically maximum sustainable yield is the level of biomass that produces the highest yield. Maximum economic yield is the biomass where, because the halibut abundance is higher, it doesn't cost as much to go fishing, so you maximize your profits.
That's
not
right.
necessarily your catch.
And if you were to talk to Dr. Hutnazak at the Secretariat or yourself, Chris, there's could be a lot more that goes into an analysis to determine maximum economic yield. And that would be a pretty complex analysis to do. It is possible, but it's not something that the Secretariat has been tasked to do at this time.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, it would be a very challenging to do because it also changes all the time. For example, just in Canada here, our governments have dropped the carbon tax, which has dropped the price of fuel remarkably, quite significantly for fishing vessels in British Columbia. So now all of a sudden that would completely change your estimate of MEY, which is why I think proxies are proposed and why they're used, because I think it's a very challenging calculation.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Well said. Forrest. Okay, go ahead, Forrest. Sorry.
Maybe you weren't finished with Chris.
No, that's perfect.
Just in some of our conversations, is MEY kind of cold to the human element? Because I know in your simulations, like maximum sustainable or maximum economic yield, we're allowed to go below B30 or B20 or something like that at times. And it's sort of a cold calculation where we're all the last, 10 years are all like, no, we can't get down this lake because we can't shut down fisheries. So when that calculation is made, does it take into this consideration the human part of like, we need to continue to fish, maybe over a 10 or 20 year period, we'll maximize economic yield, but it means we're sitting at the dock 1 or 2 of those years. Like, does it look at that or not?
Not really. So it does not take into account, but I think, so you could have a fishery where it is possible where you don't fish for 3 years and then you fish for 5, and that is producing the maximum economic yield in the long term, right? Because that's over a lot of years. And I think that's why we need to have other objectives here too. We want objectives to limit the variability from year to year in the yield. Lower yields often have lower variability from year to year. We want to minimize the probability of closure of a fishery. Those are different objectives. And I think that's why it's important. This objective says at or above, because being at or above this level, we know if we're at or above this level, we can optimize the fishery for all those other objectives.
Question. Yep. So maximum economic yield is definitely geared toward commercial catch, but for recreational and sport fishing, a lot of them don't care how much they spend. They just want to get out there and have a good time in the water and catch halibut. How do we incorporate that into this?
Well, you can think of it, yes, certainly. I mean, recreational fisheries, there's the opportunity aspect of it, not just the economic aspect of it. But I think too, we can think of it, there is a cost to recreational fisheries, and that might be a prohibitive cost to some. And so you can still think of it, what is the cost? and where should the biomass be that would actually maximize the yield relative to that cost. But it's probably not going to be the same point as a commercial fishery. So you can bring economics into any of these analyses. But that is why it's important to have this diversity of stakeholders and to have other objectives as well. Try to bring in those objectives. What is the objective related to opportunity? You know, is that to have a amount of yield such that the fishery is open every day or something, you know, different things like that. We can think about it that way. All right, I'm going to move on with this. We're going to come back to the whole set of objectives in a whole new viewpoint, so we can continue asking questions. I want to get through a couple of slides here real quick. A couple of things to realize now. We have this objective, and it's measured as a relative spawning biomass, and that's relative to the unfished spawning biomass that would have occurred in that year if fishing had not occurred. So that's called a dynamic calculation. So even the unfished spawning biomass is changing over time because of recruitment, weighted age, and things like that. So relative spawning biomass in 2025 was above 36%. So we're like, great, we're above that objective right now, and things are looking good. But were things looking good in 2024? No, a lot of stakeholders were talking about the lowest catch rates they've ever seen. The FIS had the lowest catch rates, some of the lowest catch rates they've ever seen, and it was the actual WPOE was at the lowest it was observed since 1993 in 2024. But those sorts of things are affected by weighted age and recruitment. They're affected by things we cannot control. And so, yeah, even if we had not been fishing, the spawning biomass would be at a low level as well. So there's other things affecting the level of the numbers of fish out there. So we've, the commissioners in recent years have adopted a TCY that's less than the reference 43% SPR or fishing intensity. And so the idea is this a good objective? Is B36% a good objective, even though we've been not following the advice of the management procedure? We've been actually reducing the TCY to build back up the spawning biomass. And so what this was telling the Secretariat is that catch rates and absolute spawning biomass is important, especially when it's low, even though stock status is fine. So our stock status looks good, but absolute levels are low. So we've been talking a lot with the MSAB and the commission about a absolute spawning biomass objective, one related to, let's just keep the spawning biomass above what we saw in 2023, for example. You know, something is like, let's not let the spawning biomass get low, so that catch rates can stay high or whatever things. And the MSAB thought a lot about this at MSAB 20 and wanted to remind a few notes that the MSAB made at that meeting. So a new objective to maintain the coastwide TCY above a threshold, which you can also think about as an absolute measure. That might be useful because it's meaningful to stakeholders. It could define a minimum TCY that's really necessary for economic viability. Maybe some plants won't even open if they're not going to get so much fish in a year. And it's a proxy for maintaining catch rates and absolute spawning biomass, which could be important to stakeholders. But they also noted that this current objective, this relative spawning biomass in a dynamic sense, is useful because it separates fishing effects from environmental effects. It really separates out what can we do to control, how are we controlling our effect on the population outside of the environment. It scales with the changes in productivity, low productivity, high productivity. It's still a relative measure in all of those productivity regimes. It is a proxy for MEY based on that analysis, and it is a proxy, but it's also an objective important to fishery certification agencies. They want to see something related to this. So we've talked about that. We've talked about this with the commissioners, and really this idea of an absolute spawning biomass objective or coastwide TCY objective is not gaining a lot of traction at this time. I don't want to lose it, but I think at this time, we're going to continue focusing on these 4 objectives. Chris, I saw your hand up briefly, and did you want to make any comments?
No, I'm good for now.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so the Secretariat thought, and sorry, this is really small on this screen, but what the Secretariat thought long and hard about, well, how do these objectives and where are we currently at with the objectives, given all the comments of the MSAB, comments of the commissioners, making sure that sustainability is up front, and how can we talk about this? And so the Secretariat came up with 3 priority objectives by combining the last 2 objectives, and I'll talk about why. But these are the 3 priority objectives on the left, and they're repeated under measurable objective over on the right as well. And so in here under measurable objective in each of these different boxes is that text that's on the left. So you don't have to really read this text. But what this figure is trying to get at is that these are hierarchical in nature. We have these 2 long-term overarching objectives, which really define the realm of acceptable management procedures. So basically, we think about sustainability, keeping it above 20% with a high probability, and then keeping it at or above 36% with a 50% probability. And if those objectives are not met, the management procedure is just not considered. So that really knocks out a whole sort of area of management procedures, which we just will not consider. But it also defines a set of management procedures that we will consider. So we can consider an SPR of 60%, which is a really low fishing intensity. An SPR of 43% still meets these objectives. But now we got to figure out, well, what is better? A high fishing intensity or a low fishing intensity? And that's where we move into these short-term management objectives informing a reference MP or management procedure. And that's this 3rd objective there. Now, if you remember in the previous slide, there were C and D, and one was to optimize yield, and the other was to limit variability in yield. Those both are they're very vague. They don't really tell you a lot. So the SRB suggested work on this, come back with something that's not quite as vague. The MSAB said, well, let's change this to maximize yield, given all those constraints above. If you were to do that without considering variability in yield, then you would just maximize the yield. And I'll show you what happens in that context. But the Secretariat thought, well, we should probably reword this objective to be one that balances the trade-off between maximizing the sustainable average coastwide yield. We know it's sustainable because these first 2 are met, and minimizing annual changes in the coastwide mortality limit, given the constraints above. So we've got to meet those first 2, and then we want to look at the trade-off between the 2. And to be honest, I think this is where the MSAB was going when we developed these objectives. The original use of the word optimize was to provide flexibility in the evaluation process. And I think this new wording does exactly that. It allows us to look at the balance between these and decide on what's the best fishing intensity that supports yield, but also limits the variability in yield. And I can show you some examples. But I really wanted to show you this figure, and we've come up with this figure showing the hierarchical nature, how you, in evaluation, you'd step through these objectives. And you really can't get to this 3rd objective until you've defined the acceptable management procedures. So this is something we've been working with the commissioners on developing.
Alan?
Yeah.
Question on a couple of things that I can't quite connect, but I think they're related. We are defining relative spawning biomass as female, which is somewhat redundant. That's always been the way we've thought of it, right? So you do need boys to get together with the girls in order to have, a sustainable yield. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if just the way my head goes these days, there was a disaster and there were no males or much less males than there are now. How would we respond? What have we got any response in our harvest policy for those sorts of things? And the sex ratio research that we've been doing seems to be connected to that in some way, but not sure that that's still happening. So could you help me put all that together, please?
Yeah, and it's typical in fisheries that we focus on the female part of the population because I think it takes fewer males to fertilize more eggs, so the males just aren't as necessary in the fisheries world. They are important, though. You're right in that if there were no males, there would be no baby halibut. I don't. There is no actual response in the harvest strategy policy for that, but I think that risk is extremely low because the fishery is selecting fewer males. That's where we see like 80%, 70% selected females in the fisheries, in the commercial fisheries at least. The females grow faster, so they're more selected more often. And they're, but it is worth something keeping in mind. And but I think it's very minimal risk if the male population got lower than the female population out there to the sustainability of the population.
I can put that on the shelf. Not
Yeah. And if something like that did happen, you would start to see that in the yield. So if we were doing simulations and they just suddenly started selecting all males in some fisheries, we would start to see that feedback come in the yield.
Right.
And even though it's sustainable in the female sense, the yields would start dropping really low. And so we'd see that feedback. And then we'd be able to see, oh, why is this occurring? And that would lead us down that track.
Thanks. Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
I thought you said earlier that the commissioners are not comfortable with using maximizing versus optimizing, and that we weren't adding that as a objective. But are they, if it's in this context of hierarchical that we talk about, maximizing over optimizing? But
We're going to find out.
Okay.
No, I think at the annual meeting when I presented the MSAB request to change optimize to maximize, that the commission was hesitant because they were worried. It's like, we don't want to come across like we're just maximizing yield and that's all that we're doing.
Right.
And so we've done a couple of things working with the commissioners, and this is all draft, this part of it. So we're still working with commissioners. I don't even know if they've seen this final version yet.
So they sort of, I mean, they're part of the conversation about putting this in this hierarchy.
Yeah.
But still jury's out on whether that's
Yeah.
be.
So this is what's currently in the draft harvest strategy policy that the commission will then consider this.
Got it.
And there's a couple of things to notice in here. One, some new wording is, of course, the maximizing, but we've added in the word sustainable. And then the balancing, the trade-off between those two. So, and then also given the constraints above. So we're hoping all of that language will satisfy the commission on one, this can't happen until it is sustainable. And then defining this as this is the definition of acceptable management procedures. And then once you have sustainable management procedures, you got to find one that balances those other trade-offs. So we're still working on with commissions. That's a really, really good question. Yeah, Mike?
You mentioned you can see the signal when someone selects one sets the other. In Canada, recreational fishery deliberately selects male. And if you actually look at our Canadian recreational catch rate, we're much more likely to be fishing sole than to be fishing females.
Okay.
Do you see that signal in you?
Yeah, I think that would be maybe a question for Dr. Stewart if in some of those recreational fisheries they're seeing more males, but I believe they are because they're selecting the smaller fish, that the proportion of males is higher than the commercial fisheries, which are selecting the larger fish. So the assessment and these simulations are accounting for that as best as possible. But if, say, a fishery said, I have the bait that only catches males, and they started doing that, then that would be a different thing that we're capturing in the simulations right now. But the current practices and the current results, we're definitely trying to capture as best as possible. And I think that would be included in the recreational fisheries, higher proportion of males. Great, thank you. Yep. Forrest, do you have a question?
I just wondered if there's time in the prep materials spent a fair amount of time on absolute spawning and biomass minimums. But you just said that it's losing traction. Are we circling back anytime during this meeting to talk about that? Is there room for that?
There's certainly room for that. And if that is of importance to the MSAB, I think now is a really good meeting to bring that up and bring it to the attention of the commissioners if they do want to. But we've talked about it a lot with commissioners. I think I have a few more slides on the absolute spawning biomass stuff. The commissioners asked to see pros and cons of it and other things like that, but it just seems like it might be something that we're just pushing down the road a little bit too. But if that's important to the MSAB, let's get that into the report. Chris?
Yeah, well, I was just going to empathize with this discussion you're having with the commissioners about trying to juggle the wording there for number 3, maximizing the sustainable average coastwide yield. I mean, the whole point of having this hierarchy of objectives is, it's green means go, red means stop. So if it doesn't pass objective 1 or it doesn't pass objective 2, it doesn't exist. You don't look at that management procedure. And the fact that if it does pass 1 and does pass 2, it's got to be sustainable, like by default. So I'm not sure how to, I just think it's we keep changing the wording and I think it just adds to the confusion rather than sort of an understanding of, the green means go, red means stop here.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And what we're trying to do is just make that really clear in this figure as well as in the wording as well. And I, I just see the commission, is right. Sometimes things can be taken out of context. And if we had an objective that just said maximize the yield, that would be something that somebody could quote and that could be, taken out of context. So, so thanks for those comments. I'm trying to remember what's coming out next. Yeah. So I think that's all that I have.
Sorry, Alan. One thing,
go ahead.
If they're obsessed with that, could we say something like subject to meeting objectives 1 and 2, balance the trade-off between maximizing if they want something that explicit, it's implicit in anybody sort of understanding an MSE and the objectives would understand that there's a hierarchy involved.
Yeah, and I think we've tried doing that by adding the word sustainable here in 3, maximizing the sustainable average coastwide yield, and then given the constraints above. And this way, if somebody just quotes, this is an objective of the commission, maximize yield, that they have to quote it as maximizing the sustainable yield given all these constraints above. So I think it's just trying to capture that in case one person reads one objective that is not taken out of context. But any suggestions on wording is welcomed by the MSAB. And maybe we can circle back when we're done with this presentation and have a discussion about some of these concepts as well.
Can I make just one suggestion? This has been on a couple slides, and this is in number 1. The punctuation makes that make 0 sense, right? I mean, there shouldn't be a comma after biomass. Another comma after, unless I'm reading it wrong, but maintain the long-term coastwide Pacific halibut female relative spawning biomass at least 95% of the time would be how you would read it if you took out that clause. So you shouldn't have that.
Yeah. No,
and it was repeated in a couple of the slides. I think it's because the next one, your phrase is at least 50% of the time, and that makes sense, but it doesn't make sense in that. Bravo. Bravo. I just would add it in me.
Yeah. And I think what happens is, the little changes over time and
you miss things like that. Yeah.
Lawyers are needed too.
What's that?
Lawyers are needed too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Editors in there.
Yes. All right, so that is the discussion. That's the background on objectives. And then I think there's some more objectives in a later presentation, but we can come back to this stuff. I have a couple of things here related to the importance of an absolute spawning biomass objective we'll come back to, and then just making sure that the wording in these 3 objectives and what the MSAB thinks of them. Those are 2 things we'll come back to. Okay, so before we take a break, I think I can knock off a couple other little things here. And so if we think about that box at the beginning of the MSC, we had objectives, and obviously, as we found, objectives are very important to this process, and they are. And that's why we need stakeholders here to help us define objectives. Because if you don't have well-defined objectives, you can't find the management procedure that works. So that's why it's really important. So thanks for all your comments, and that's not the end of the conversation at this meeting, at least. But a management procedure is next, and this is that formulaic approach. It's that well-defined process to determine the mortality rates. And what we've been thinking about in the MSE process is at the coast-wide level, as Michael mentioned. We're sort of mandated to think only at the coast-wide level for now. So we've been thinking about that coast-wide mortality limit. This management procedures can be coded. I can code it into a simulation. It's repeatable. It produces the same outcome every time you run it. But it can be composed of many different elements. And so on the right here, we have sort of this overview of a management procedure being, it consists of the monitoring, how the stock is monitored, all the data that are collected, what the estimation model looks like. Is that an assessment? Does it occur every 3rd year? Is there some sort of other simple estimation model in between during non-assessment years, for example? And then the harvest rule, which consists of the level of fishing intensity, a control rule like 30-20 that we have, can be size limits. It could include distribution of harvests, although we're not considering that at this time. We're only doing it at the coast-wide level. We've also thought of some other elements such as constraints, and we've been looking at that for a number of different times. But the current interim reference management procedures, SPR 43%, that means you're reducing the population, the spawning potential of the population by 43%, and a 30-20 control rule. So if the status or that relative spawning biomass is less than 30, we really start backing off the fishing intensity. So that's a management procedure. And this is what we've considered since pretty much I've been with IPHC and the MSAB, is we've considered fishing intensity or SPR for many, many years. We've considered constraints a number of different times. We've actually considered assessment frequency a number of different times. I think back in 2018, we were even considering it. We looked at the design of the FIS, how we collect the data, how much uncertainty there is in the data in 2024. We looked at size limits using the MSE process in 2022. We've looked at size limits a lot of other times using other tools. We actually did look at distribution procedures in 2020 and 2021. And we looked at the control rule, the 30-20 control rule. We tried other ones like a 40-10. I think we tried a 40-25 even or something like that. And that was between 2017 and 2019. So this, I liked putting this slide together because it reminded me that we've actually done a lot of work with the MSAB and the MSE process. And we have a lot of results that we can look back on. And we can also look back on these results to develop how we're going to move into the future. So if anybody wants a reminder on these, I can direct them to documents that had all of these different analyses in them. So once we have some management procedures defined, we want to find out which ones work the best and which ones meet our objectives the best. Are they sustainable, first of all? And then how do they balance the trade-off between yield and variability in yield? So we have what we call an operating model. in the MSE. And you'll hear about this a lot because that's a big part of the MSE. The operating model is the engine behind all of this, and that's the simulation of the halibut population. Some people call it the true population. I've gotten criticized for calling it true population because people say you don't know the truth. And we don't know what's really out there. So it's our picture of what we believe would happen with the population. So I call it the simulated population sometimes, or something like that. But the operating model are things we cannot control. This includes the effect of the environment, includes some aspects of the fisheries. We're not trying to control exactly your day-to-day decisions in the fisheries. So there's sometimes dynamics change. What's the availability of fish to the fisheries? What is variability in there, for example? How much the fisheries actually do take, the actual total realized mortality. That's something we cannot necessarily control. And then there's the stock dynamics, of course, in the population. We can't control those. But that feeds into then what we can control. So we have a population out there. We apply this management procedure, and that management procedure then spits out a mortality limit, a reference mortality limit. That reference mortality limit, I should probably put reference on the TCY there. And that's, well, actually, this would be the TCY that the commission decides upon. That TCY feeds back into the fisheries. The fisheries go fishing. They have a realized mortality that then takes out of the population. That goes to the next year. And then the management procedure provides it. So this is just a loop happening over and over. And that's that closed loop feedback that I was telling you about. The management procedures feeding back into the fisheries and the population, and then the population in the next year determines what the mortality limits are through the management procedure. So we simulate, well, first off, one thing about the operating model is making that the best picture of the halibut population in the fisheries is called conditioning it, and that's conditioning it to the data that are out there. And so that can be a little bit of a long process, but we've streamlined that with the development of this framework that it could probably be done in a month or two now. And so one thing to think about throughout this meeting is we're coming up to a full assessment. We're planning to recondition the operating model, which will change the simulation a little bit because we'll now have newer information about the halibut stock and our best picture of what that halibut stock looks like. We then do this simulation many, many years into the future. We do about 70 years into the future to get long-term, but we can also calculate short-term results in the next 4 to 14 years, or 4 to 13 years is what we do for our performance metrics. So that's the fun part for me, actually, right there.
How often do you recalibrate it?
Well, that's something we're putting into the harvest strategy policy, and we've been working with the commissioners on that. The idea right now is to do that after a full stock assessment, if we feel it's necessary, but to not go 2 full stock assessments without reconditioning the operating model. So that'd be 6 years maximum. However, the commission may say at any time, yeah, we need to recondition the operating model for whatever reason. But we also have those exceptional circumstances in the harvest strategy policy, which says it's a way we look at the simulations when we get more data to make sure that they're matching what we're actually observing over time. So say in year 2, we'll look at it and we'll say, whoa, the operating model is way off. You guys did not get a good picture of the halibut stock. It's doing something totally different in reality. And then we'll recondition it and find out why. But at the most, we're currently working with commissioners on that, but at the most, we're thinking 6 years. But probably more likely on a 3-year process.
How finite does it get? Do you incorporate like whale depredation in the modeling, and how much is the new science of larvae and fry and stuff like that playing in at this point?
Yeah, the benefit of the operating model is, I say it's a little bit of caution. I don't have to be as, I don't know what the right word is, careful, or as specific to the data we have on hand. I can introduce a lot more assumptions into the operating model and hypotheses than in the stock assessment. stock assessment is that tactical decision-making model. You want the best depiction of the data you can get with the stock assessment. The operating model, we're going to explore hypotheses. So we have an area model. We have hypotheses about how fish move between areas. We have a lot of variability in there as well, certainty in there as well. So we can include anything we want as long as we have some idea of how it operates and we can model it. So we can throw in whale depredation, for example. We can throw in whale depredations increasing at a 1% rate over the next 20 years or something like that as well. We can put those things in and model them. The real question is, what's our best idea of what's going to happen in reality over the next, in the projections? So we want to be careful that we don't just throw things in like, whale depredation is going to increase by 50% each year in the next 10 years or something like that. That might not be realistic, but we can do it to see what would happen. And that's the fun part. So we can introduce it as a scenario. We'll talk about some scenarios with the environment. Let's say the PDO is always negative for the next 70 years. We can throw that in. Unlikely to happen, but we can see what happens and just get a better idea of how the stock responds to those things.
But right now, those things aren't incorporated.
No, whale depredation is not in there right now, but that will come out in sort of other aspects of the modeling, like natural mortality. It's probably included, but it's not modeled specifically. All right, I'm wondering if now, I think now might be a good time.
Dr. Hicks, sorry, it's Chris Spork. Can you go back to the slide?
Yep.
You're kind of coming around to this. I have a question. I want to make sure I understand it. So, for the operating model, for how it characterizes the population, for example, we are now, kind of in a period of low productivity, right? We've got low weighted age, low recruitment. How is that in the operating model now? How is productivity? Is it looking at a sort of a long-term average, or how the stock's behaved over time? And how is that captured in the operating model? And then my next question is when the operating model is conditioned, does it then adopt, because we're in a lower productivity regime, does it adopt that lower productivity regime, or is it more, again, how the population has behaved over the available data, the time period? Thanks.
Yeah, really good question, Chris. And I'll give it a really short answer. We'll take a break. And then if you could ask that question again, because I think the next slide will be helpful in answering the question as well. But basically, conditioning the model means to determine all this set of parameters such that we're starting at where we believe the current population is. So we're starting the projections in the MSE at a low productivity state. And there's a lot of uncertainty around that as well. But we know we have a pretty good idea where we're at because we have a really good assessment. And so we're starting at where we think we're at with some uncertainty, but we don't know what's going to happen over the next 10 years. Is the PDO going to go positive and there's going to be a huge recruitment, for example? That is a possibility. Or is it going to stay low? That's also a possibility. Is weighted age going to increase, or is it going to stay where it's at? So we use observations from the past to parameterize what might happen into the future. And an important part of that is not only we're using observations from the past, we're using observations of variability from the past as well. So we haven't seen size at age much lower than we've seen in the last 10 years. So in our projections, I think we'll project a little bit of possibility of smaller fish at age, but we've never seen it in the past. So we don't want to go to really small halibut at age. That's just not what we've observed. So in our projections, we'll see that it often increases, and that's because it can either stay where it's at or weighted age can increase. And that's one of the reasons why. So that's a really short answer. We'll come back to that question after the break, if that's okay with you, Chris. And then the next slide with the pictures on it will help to answer the question even more. Hopefully bring it into the light.
Sounds good. Thank you.
How's it sound with the co-chairs?
Sounds great.
All right.
Works for me.
Okay. So I have a 30-minute break. I'm not sure. The idea of a 30-minute break and an hour-and-a-half lunch was to give people time to just talk amongst themselves, the MSAB members as well. Do we want to keep this break at 30 minutes? Or come back a little sooner? 15 minutes? Is that okay with everyone online? Not hearing any objections.
I hear them all nodding their heads.
Yeah. I see a thumbs up. Good enough for me. All right, we'll come back at how about 5 after the top of the hour, wherever that is for you. So 11:05 or 10:05. Okay, I'm going to continue on, but I'm going to go to the next slide, and then we'll come back to Chris's question here in a second. But we're talking about simulation and how a big part of this process is simulating forward in time. And what we want to do is we want to simulate far enough into the future that the population has come to some equilibrium given the consistent application of this management procedure. So that's a really important concept, is we want to apply this management procedure consistently into the future and see where the population would come to equilibrium. And so we've talked about variability, we've talked about uncertainty, and what you can see in these plots is a number of things. So let's start, and I think I'll start answering Krista's question with some of these. And as a reminder, Krista's question is, well, what does it mean to condition this to, and then how do we determine the projection? Like, is this based on the history of the stock? Or are we starting at just where we are in low productivity? What does all that mean? So the lighter purple color here is the conditioning of the model. And that's so everything to the left of 2023 in this sense, because this was last conditioned in 23, I believe, is all our best reproduction of the historical trajectory of spawning biomass in this case. So we're trying to fit the data, we're trying to fit the observations, we're making some hypotheses about movement and other things like that. But it's our best depiction of what has happened in the past. And what you can see is there's a lot of uncertainty with the purple bands, and the median trajectory is a slightly darker line. But most importantly, we're starting at a pretty low point. And so from that low point, we begin our projections. And I believe these projections are with an SPR of 43%. And what you can see is you begin projecting from that point. So the population stays pretty low and continues to stay low, but it increases over time. But a real key aspect is the range of the purple here is quite large. And that is because there's a lot of variability and uncertainty in the future. Now, I've also showed individual trajectories, and that's this red line that goes really high. That is one possible realized projection, given a lot of random processes like recruitment, size at age, the PDO and its effect on movement, as well as recruitment, et cetera. But another simulation keeps it low, and you can see that in the dark line. I think it's a black line at the bottom. And that population just says recruitment's been bad or size at age has been bad. So we begin simulating from our current trajectory based on what we've observed in the past, and that goes forward in time. And what you can see is we hope that this range of uncertainty begins to show us the range of possible instances in the future, say 70 years into the future. And so this is spawning biomass, and you can see spawning biomass is variable, but it increases a bit and then stays at some average level, but has a lot of variability around it. What we have on the right is now the projected TCY for the same simulation. Rob, do you allow Lynn in? Thanks, sorry, just saw that. Thanks. And so the TCY on the right is now much more variable. And so what you can see, what's really happening in the simulations, first of all, is the management procedure is adjusting TCY to maintain some stability in the spawning biomass. That's one thing we've learned from this MSE process. And so we see that we actually start about there, and we have a couple of years of fixed mortality because we actually know what the mortality is in the first couple of years of projection. 24, 23 and 24. And then we begin projecting the TCUI. The first thing the TCUI does is it just increases because we're harvesting at a higher fishing intensity, SPR 43%, than we've been harvesting in the past. And on average, it actually maintains a pretty consistent, but that TCUI in reality in a single simulation could go up and down between all over and all sorts of values. It's quite variable when we look at a single simulation. So that black line here is where the population stayed low, and you see something happen to kept the TCY actually really low. And then the red line where it comes really high over here in the spawning biomass, the TCUI is also very high because there's a lot more fish out there. So what this is telling me, there's a lot of things that we're not controlling through the management procedure that are affecting this population. So we cannot control the amount of recruitment. We cannot control the size and age in the fish. And so the TCUI is just responding to all that variability. That's why we see a lot of variability in this. So Chris's question was, when we're conditioning the model, how do we do the projections? What's that range of variability? How do we get that range of variability? And that is determined from our past observations. But we don't want to go outside of what we've observed in the past. So we want to sort of keep that in bounds. But one reason spawning biomass tends to increase rather than decrease is because we're at a low weighted age right now. We've never seen much lower weighted age than this. So we don't expect the fish to get much smaller than they are now. Just making sure, Chris, that answers your question.
Just bear with me here, but so the conditioned model in the graph in the chart on the left, that is the model is basically simulating, or you've tuned the model to try to show that it's consistent or similar to what's happened with the spawning biomass over time.
Up to that point in 2020.
Yeah, up to that point, and then it's using the parameters to project out using SPR 43.
And
now,
random processes such as recruitment and weighted age. So
right. So it's not it's the weighted age, the productivity, it's sort of following what was in the conditioned model, like sort of what the ranges it's seen before, and that's why we get these different, high and low, above the median and above the outside the confidence interval, for example.
Sorry, you're saying like the red line there?
Yeah, like for example, the condition model. This is the historical part is basically it's tuned in to try to tune in to match the data so that it shows what the biomass has been doing over time. And then going forward, it's still doing that at an SPR 43, but recognizing that there might be instances where there's high productivity, or there might be, for example, or low productivity or other factors, which is why you get things that move. You have this confidence interval range, but also you have projections like the red line there that goes, above, and other ones that go below.
Exactly. And I chose those projections, those single individual simulations on purpose to show that that one was a pretty extreme.
Okay, so then moving over the graph on the projections on the left, for the condition model showing the TCUI prior to the projections is sitting around 40, just under 40 million pounds. Is that what the models produced, or is that what the historical data actually is?
The gray lighter area is the actual realized mortality from the fishery.
Okay, so it's not something that the condition model generated. It's actually the actual data.
That's input, and that's why it has no variability around it. And then if you even look closer, right there is a little bit of a darker line. Yeah. And that's because this model was conditioned in early 2023. And since then, I actually start the projections in 2023, but we know the realized mortality. So I've input those without any sort of variability. And then in 2024, for these simulations, it blows up because it can, starts applying that SPR 43, that's why it jumps up there, and there's a lot of variability.
And it jumps up there because the model is saying that an SPR 43 you can actually harvest at this level.
That's right, and that's consistent with the stock assessment, which is, up, it was around, if you remember a couple of years ago, the stock assessment said, well, we could harvest around 50 some million pounds at a SPR 43%. And this model was conditioned on that stock assessment back then. So that's why it might be useful to update this model as well.
Okay, thank you.
And since you've set the SPR, the two primary variables are recruitment and weighted age, right?
Those are the two biggest factor causing variability in the Pacific halibut population.
Is there anything else noteworthy that's going into this?
I mean, there's variability in natural mortality, because there's uncertainty in that, because we estimate that. There's uncertainty in steepness, which is how many young fish they produce at different population levels. So the Beaverton Holt stock recruit curve. So there's a variability in a lot of different parameters here, and that's part of the purpose of the MSE, is to introduce that variability. If you remember, the goal was to be robust to variability and uncertainty. But the two largest contributors to this variability, I mean, if we took out, and we'll see this, I don't know if I showed you variability, but we've done some runs with fixing the PDO at negative and fixing weighted age at small or high. And so we can really start to see, you're partitioning out that variability, and you really start to see that, wow, that is a big driver to all this.
We have a couple questions online, but I just taking off my coach hat for a second.
Yeah,
my science hat on. Like, my eye is drawn to the dark color, right, of the black line, the example that you've shown.
The median one sort, or the?
But no, or maybe it's dark
that
purple.
one simulation.
Yeah,
this one that goes up and then down.
So I'm looking at that like 2065 to 2070, just like rocket, right, over on the right-hand side. And then I look over on the left-hand side, and that line of spawning biomass is actually below what the median SSB would be. And I guess this kind of goes to Forrest's question, like, is it really just weighted age and recruitment that can cause that much of a change in a single simulation iteration, or is there some decision-making variability, or like?
I think these do have decision-making variability. That can be a big factor in here as well. But I'll bet what happened there is a big recruitment came in, and it's taking that as fast as it can before it really starts feeding too much into the population. Because you see the spawning biomass does start to increase, but it's getting back to the levels that it would expect. And actually, for that black line, maybe the parameters are such, mortality and other things are such, that the optimal spawning biomass is actually below the median line as well, that it thinks it's starting at a really low spawning biomass, and that it should remain at a low spawning biomass. There's a lot of things that go into these. But that is very interesting observation, how that does get to like 120 million pound TCY, but only in 1 year. So that could be decision-making variability, but I doubt it'd be that large.
Well, I mean, recruitment's not going to feed into your, projections out. Say, anyway.
Yeah,
we're getting into
the other thing is the estimation uncertainty as well. Is maybe the stock assessment just said, oh, the population's really big in that year. Then next year it said, oh, it wasn't. So it's capturing those sort of spikes as well. So yeah, I mean, getting back to Forrest's question, what you're saying is recruitment, weighted age are big sources of variability, but estimation error is a big source of uncertainty and decision-making variability. Those are two big sources of uncertainty that we have to model in here as well.
So it looks like Jim had his hand
and then
up.
Linda had her hand up too.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jim.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. You're cutting out a bit, Jim.
I am. How's that?
That's better.
Weird. Okay, so figure the
Yeah, it might. Sorry to interrupt, Jim, but you're cutting out. It might be. I think it's your microphone actually picking you up or not. Oh, that sounded better already.
Paper.
No, not yet.
Okay, just let me fiddle with this. I'll gotta see what's going on.
Okay, why don't we go to Linda in the room then, if that's okay?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess some ways you've talked about it with the PDO, but I just am wondering how robust some of the assumptions are to climate change. And, you know, you said we wouldn't expect size at age to drop any farther because we haven't seen it do that in the past. But I also feel like nothing about the future is going to be predicted by the past right now with what's happening in our oceans. And so I don't know if that's
it's a good question, and that's why we have we're doing research at IPHC is to better understand these relationships. So we have put some functional relationships, that's what we call it, or linkages to observations and other things like that that can help us predict better what might happen in the future. But there's still a lot of unknowns. Like we're still doing a lot of research on why weighted age is so variable. We're trying to understand that. So with that, we're not actually projecting climate change. We're projecting climate variability in all of these simulations. So we're not projecting the PDO is going to go to some level or the PDO is going to remain at low levels or something like that. We're just saying it oscillates. And so there's this variability. So because we don't know, that's a really hard thing to predict. We don't have the linkages with the environment to the processes of weighted age, for example. If we knew what the PDO was going to do in the future, then we could model that with recruitment. And there is evidence that the PDO relationship is breaking down as well. It might not be what we saw in the 70s. The PDO might not be the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
So that is a really good question. And what we've tried to do is just capture that in the range of this variability and not try to model a specific trend. But it might not be robust to the things that we haven't observed in the past coming up into the future, like little halibut growing that big when they're 15 years old. That wouldn't be good. Jim, you want to try again?
Okay, is that any better?
Yeah, sounding better so far.
Okay, so just for clarification for me, the figure on the right, so the dark purple line's the median, right?
The one that's pretty consistent over time.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just curious about, you know, okay, it goes up, but really over 50 years, it pretty much stays the same. I mean, there's variability around it. So I guess, and you look on the left, and it shows the spawning biomass kind of goes up, then it declines, but still much higher than it was at the beginning or the first few years. So I guess I'm not pretty understanding one. I know that the median spawning biomass is relatively stable. I don't know, just the figures one looks fairly consistent. I mean, the range is fairly consistent. The other one, it's not.
Yeah, you guys asked some really hard questions. Really making me think on these days. I think that's a really good observation is the median TCY comes up there. And what I can offer is that this type of management procedure on SPR is really about modifying the TCY and stabilizing the spawning biomass. So it is hard to see, but yeah, I don't know. I don't have a real good answer to that, Jim. I'll give that some thought.
And then the other point is sort of part of Chris's, and I think you and I, we had a really short conversation about this at the annual meeting. We're talking about the model's conditioned for the range of population dynamics seen up to 2023. And I think one of the things that I don't really struggle with, but I kind of look at, I think Chris has brought it up, is when we're in these periods of where we have low productivity for a variety of reasons. Sometimes when you have these projections where you're taking what the population's done in the past, instead of saying, here's we're in this low productivity, here's what it would look in a low productivity, here's what it would look, in sort of average productivity or higher. I think there's some figures later on that kind of show different projections. Sometimes I think for me it would be helpful to what would it be if we continue to stay in these periods of low or poor recruitment, and the model doesn't assume that it's going to get better, or is that coming up later and I just didn't look at it close enough?
Yeah, we'll bring that up in a little later when we show in the next presentation, when I show the simulations with sort of a constant weighted age and a constant recruitment or constant PDO, I mean, and we'll see what would happen if we stayed in a low productivity regime.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's basically what that does is it's taking this whole purple area and it's going to just be slicing it into horizontal slices that show it's partitioning that variability. That's basically what's going to happen.
Yeah, thanks. So for the conditioned model on the TCUY, is that based on adopted or reference?
It's actually based on realized. So there was adopted. So there's reference, and then there was adopted, which was different than the reference.
Because reference would be SPR
43%. Yeah,
Okay.
and they might have done that one year, but then another year they adopted 52%. And then once they adopt the TCUY, then everyone goes out fishing, and there's a realized mortality, which isn't exactly that, because that's impossible. So we put in the actual realized catch because we're fitting to data in the conditioned model. And so we really want to match what the data is observing.
Okay. So moving beyond the conditioned portion of the TCUI over 50 years, is that assuming that an SPR of 43 as a reference it's referenced and adopted? So
it's actually, it assumes that's the management procedure, but what's also in these simulations is decision-making variability. And that's just a simple random process around, there's a reference level and the commission might adopt a value higher or lower than that. So it's bringing in that variability as well, which is also contributing to these large swings in the TCUI. Also, it's not allowing a lot. I mean, it allows some variability around that, but
I'm assuming that the big jump is basically related to the fact that we haven't been adopting the reference SPR, and that the future model would be if SPR was this 43 was the starting point, that we would be ramping up.
Exactly. Yeah.
So how should we be thinking about that when we are discussing, moving forward with our objectives here, when it seems like most users, especially, particularly on the commercial side, are, absolutely uncomfortable with the idea of putting more pressure on or increasing fishing intensity. And one challenge I've had over the last few IPHC meetings is how we've had a couple seemingly small adjustments made to the stock assessment with the sex ratio and the natural mortality addition being added to one of the 4 models, and how that, retrospectively kind of increased our confidence in overall, I guess, resilience of
female spawning biomass when all signs were suggesting that it actually wasn't. It was kind of opposite of the trend that was showing up in the survey.
Yeah, I think the way to think about the MSE is that we're really thinking more strategic. What's our strategy here? How do we want to act sort of consistently over time, not just in the next year or two? The stock assessment and the annual meeting is the more the tactical decision making time. How are we thinking for the next 3 years? And so I think with the MSE adopting a reference level of SPR 43%, that would suggest a TCY of 60 million pounds next year is completely reasonable. But then when you go to the annual meeting and you're saying, but how do I want to get there in the next 10 years? You can think more tactical and think about, let's back off for now and build up to this reference point. And that's the place to do it. We can do it here. And sometimes in MSE, they talk about management procedures that increase fishing intensity over the next 5 years to get to some level. But we've really separated that process more at IPHC into there's the annual meeting discussions. What are we doing in the really short term? Then there's the MSE. What are we doing in the next 10, 20, 60 years? And how do we want to manage this on a consistent basis? And that's the development of the harvest strategy policy is what's our reference? The commission has the prerogative to depart from that reference and make these short-term tactical decisions. And so that's part of the annual meeting process. If we were to adopt a management procedure, that would just be like cause or result in a 15-minute annual meeting and say, here's the calculations, here's your quota, go out and fish it. Then we'd probably want to think of transitions and moving through those transitions. So yeah, I'm not sure if the MSAB is the right place to make recommendations on transitions in the short term, or we just leave that to the conference board and the PAB and the commissioners.
Thank you.
Do you have a question?
No, you go ahead. I'm going to think a minute.
And then and then after Peggy, we'll go to Chris.
So I'm thinking that we can pull out threads in this, and I'm also thinking about this loop back to the industry so they understand some of what this long-term strategizing looks like. We could hold firm the recruitment situation now, yes, for a long-term trajectory. We could hold that firm. We could hold fishing mortality firm. Can we just, in a really super stupid sort of simple graph, then find what the population is doing, what the spawning stock is doing?
Yeah. Well, I'll present some stuff that begins to do that later. And if the MSAB wants to see more of that, that's sort of in the program of work. We'll talk about that. And so what I did between the annual meeting and this meeting was start that analysis so you could see some preliminary results. And then I'll get guidance from the MSAB on what they want to see.
I think seeing something like that would be helpful for my members to see what happens.
Yeah. Thanks. Chris.
Yeah, it's for the model, and I think we've seen it in the past. Do you have handy what it looks like? The sort of the graph on the left, the chart on the left looks like in the absence of fishing, so zero fishing mortality is sort of a reference management procedure, just to see how the stock behaves and see do people think, okay, that sort of makes sense? The models are, making sense in that case. Like, have we looked at that? I know in the past I've seen it, but I don't know if it's changed at all. But I just think it kind of gives okay, that's kind of what we'd expect. It's trending upwards at a sharper angle, just to make sure that the model is sort of doing what we think it would do.
Yeah, there is on the MSE Explorer, the current MSE Explorer, and I'll put the link in the chat window right now, noting that when you go to this link, it'll say it's unsafe, and you can just say, I trust IPHC, or go to advanced or something like that. If you go, think I'll share my screen at this time, but I could if necessary. And if you were to go to that website and click on the left on HSP table, scroll down, and then you can choose a value for these plots. And so you can choose the 43 is what you're looking at on this page, and there's more plots. You can choose a no directed, which would be no directed fishing, or you can choose even a 35% SPR, which is really heavy fishing. And it'll show all these same plots and give you an idea of how they compare across those two options. Is that what you're thinking about, Chris?
Yeah, but basically what it sounds to me like you've done this work, and we have seen it in the past, and I just wasn't sure if anything had really changed. But basically the stock is behaving, the model is producing, the stock is behaving as we think it would under a no fishing scenario. Like I know that it's sort of a reference management procedure that's run just to sort of check, is the operating model doing what we think it would do? But so it's sort of doing what we think it should do, basically, from what you're saying. And thank you for the thing. I was getting that warning on the MSA Explorer. My computer was freaking out that there was some kind of unsafe thing, and I'm glad to hear it's not just me. So it's safe.
It's some security certificate. We can get it, and you can install it on your computer somehow. I think they're on the MSE research page. It might explain how to do that, but I just hit advanced and trust it. And it'll go right there. Because you all trust me, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. These are great questions, and that's why I want to give this presentation to get a little better understanding of all of this stuff. And when we get into plots like this, that's where it just starts blowing your mind, and I understand all the questions. I'm going to move on for now, and I think throughout the meeting, we can come back to these. I can show you the MSE Explorer with these plots in it if we want. But to me, it's helpful to see these sorts of things and understand what the model is sort of doing.
I can just before we graduate from this, I mean, my mind always wants to say, well, how is this even helpful? Because there's all of these possibilities. Can we trust somewhat in the median here? Like, can we look at that and go, yeah, that's probably where we're going to land?
No, you can't say that's where you're going to land. But you can say, and that's the whole idea of this, is we're summarizing a distribution of possibilities. And you're saying, so for example, if we compare an SPR of 35% to an SPR of 60%, so 35 is a really high fishing intensity, 60 is a low fishing intensity, we can say our potential of TCYs with a high fishing intensity is 50 million pounds to 140 million pounds. But on average, it's going to be 65 million pounds. With a low fishing intensity, it's between 20 million pounds and 80 million pounds, with a high with the median around 35 million pounds. So the two distributions are overlapping, but they're very different. So that's where we start getting into the objectives and balancing these things and understanding all the objectives.
It goes back to what you told us before. Don't read the numbers, just compare the differences between them.
And that's another important aspect, is these are simulations. These simulations may be off. They might not have all the right assumptions in them, but the comparison between the management procedures is going to be the most meaningful. So don't when I present you a number of 65 million pounds for the TCY, don't think that I'm predicting that's what your TCY is going to be, but that's sort of a level to compare with another management procedure. We'll get into, there were some questions from MSAB020 that we'll get into some real detailed analysis, and we'll get more into that in that point. Okay, so there was a lot of discussion about, what happens if we stay in low productivity? What happens if we stay at low weighted age? So one thing we can do in MSE that's really fun, and I do mean that it is fun, is we can make assumptions in the operating model that are often unrealistic. We can make the assumption that, so for example, I have here on the bottom, the PDO, the recruitment and the different PDO regimes, and you can see when recruitment was negative, or PDO was negative, recruitment tended to be small, but still variable. Where recruitment or PDO was positive or high, the recruitment tended to be larger on average, with a lot of variability around it. So this is all modeled, you know, the PDO and its average recruitment is modeled in the operating model, and we can just set it to be negative all the time into the projections. You can see what happens if recruitment is low on average. Now, we can do the same with weighted age. This is a historical picture of our best estimates of size or weight at age for different age groups. So every color and every line is a different age group. And so you see in the 1970s, the weighted age was very high. The size at age was very large for the fish. They were growing very large for their age, but it's a very different story in the early 2010s. The fish were quite small for their age. And then even now, it's a different pattern than we saw 10 years ago, where the older fish tend to be smaller, but younger fish tend to be larger. So there's different patterns in weighted age. What we'll see later in the presentations is we pick these time periods and we simulate forward, assuming weighted age is similar to those different time periods, being a low, a high, and a current. And so we get to see that effect. So we can do that with anything. A recent study that we did for the SRB was look at depensation, which says if the spawning biomass gets really low, then they can't actually reproduce effectively. And so we wanted to see, is that a risk to the halibut population? We found it's not quite a risk yet, but we're going to keep monitoring that. But that's a scenario we can say, we don't know what it is, but let's throw it in. Let's make this assumption. So if the MSAB has anything, it's like, you know, I want to assume that the natural mortality rate of Pacific halibut is 0.02, really low. We can do that. Might not be realistic, but we can see the results. And that sometimes is helpful to see what the consequences are of these different assumptions.
Quick question. Thanks, Alan. Looking at this the right graph a little bit closer. This is assuming, I mean, most of us are concerned about the Bering Sea. Most of the, you know, out there in the trenches, observations are, you know, located, their observations are located in their area where they fish. And when I look at this graph from 1930 on, we didn't fish the Bering Sea, but someone was, perhaps.
Not much, actually.
Not much. The foreign trawlers came in the 60s?
Yeah.
70s? Okay. So none of this is reflective of the whole range that we're managing at the moment.
Yeah, this plot is the best depiction of coast-wide weighted age that we could come up with the data we had and history. So a lot of this actually is, there are a lot of assumptions going back in time on this. And you can see how it becomes much more variable across the different age classes in the later time period. And that's because we just have more data.
Yeah,
so what
thank
we do in the model is we have weighted age differing by the four different regions. And we just assume that we calculate the average weighted age from these different time periods and then model that forward to give us an idea. We'll get into more detail on that. But the point here is that we now have a framework of simulations. We can do whatever we want, right? We can see all sorts of different things. And so it's fun in that sense. And that's sort of the purpose of MSE, is we can try out a method of managing the stock without having to do it. We can see what might be the potential outcomes of this without having to go, okay, let's try this, and then having bad outcomes, for example. Okay, so the next step after the simulations is evaluation. And I wanted to get into a little bit in some ideas of evaluating. So we have this first objective. Well, actually, the first two objectives are sustainability objectives, and they're related to the relative spawning biomass. So let's think about, given those two objectives, what are the possibilities? And I say there are three possibilities, but there is a fourth possibility. I'll describe it when we get down there. So the first possibility is that the relative spawning biomass is less than 20% with a probability greater than 5%. And I realize how that can be very confusing, but that is the bad state, right? We don't want to be less than 20% with a high probability. So if that was to happen in a simulation, say, we do a bunch of these simulations and we find out this management procedure results in the stock going below 20%, we just say that's not a suitable management procedure, full stop, and that one's out. That management procedure's out. Now, let's say that probability is small of going below 20%. That's okay. But the probability of going below 36% is greater than 50%. So that's high. We don't want that. When that happens, that MP is not an optimal option. So that one's kicked out too. So this is how we're defining that space of MPs. So we can just say define 100 MPs, and then we're going to omit a whole bunch that don't meet those. Now, if the stock is less than 20% at a small amount and less than 36% at a small amount as well, then the MP is practical, and then we continue the evaluation. But this really is the only time we would continue the evaluation. The fourth option is that, well, I guess it wouldn't be, because it would be the probability being less than 20%, but above 36%, but that would be actually the first option. So there really are only three possibilities. And the only time we move on in the evaluation is if that third possibility is met. So again, these are defining what MPs to actually consider. And then the last objective is to then evaluate the trade-offs to find MPs that are really suitable and meet those trade-offs. So I want to talk about these trade-offs a little bit. So that last objective is to balance the trade-offs between maximizing yield and minimizing variability in yield. So the change from year to year is the variability in yield. And so on this plot, sorry, the labels are so small. This Y or vertical axis is yield, and higher is better in yield, right? We want more yield. On the that's the vertical. On the horizontal or x-axis is the annual change in the yield, or it's called the average annual variability. And we want lower is better, right? Now, what often happens in these trade-offs is you can't simultaneously make both of these objectives better. And so this is actually a result from the 13th MSAB, when we were looking at some management procedures across different SPR levels. So the different colors are different SPR levels. And hey, Rob, just one quick thing. Michelle Conrad's requesting to get in. She sent me an email, but I don't see that she's trying. If you have a possibility to reach out to her, that would be great.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just trying to, in doing this evaluation, maybe people can help remind me, with the trade-off of minimizing variability, is that, I mean, more because of the economic impact of variability, or is that more because we think halibut stocks aren't likely to be bouncing around, so we're doing it for more scientific credibility of minimizing variability? Like, we get a bad survey, we don't want to. And I guess part of why I ask this is I understand controlling for variability in an economic sense, sort of area by area, but this doesn't do that, right? Because you could control for variability across coast-wide, but you could still have huge swings in various areas.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So I'm just trying to understand, like, how meaningful, if economics is our reason for minimizing variability, how meaningful is that economically, or sort of for the fishery, or is that not the right way to be thinking about it? Is it more to think about it because we don't think this long-lived stock would show that much variability, so we're smoothing it out?
It is the first part. So there's a fishery objective. So this objective of minimizing variability is completely related to business plans, predictability,
right? Okay, that's what I
and
thought.
uncertainty and economics. The second aspect you're talking about, would we expect this stock to vary that much. That would be brought in terms of a management procedure element, like a constraint to actually constrain it. And I guess it sort of comes into this evaluation in that sense. But the real objective here is more like on an economic and a fishery. They just want more predictability into the from year to year without big changes. So I
And
think it's more
so-
on that aspect.
So the MSAB thought that was meaningful at the coastwide level to control for that variability, recognizing we could still see huge variability
Yep.
area by area.
Yeah, I think that's the starting point, is at the coastwide level and controlling that variability. But there are other objectives that the MSC has defined at area specific levels, and one of them is to minimize, it's pretty generic, minimize variability within the different areas as
Yeah.
well. But we haven't really gone down that road. We can certainly look at those objectives without even considering distribution as a thing. But maybe that's where we get to in the future, is looking more at the area specific objectives. But I think the coastwide is where we really need to start with this to make the process a little bit easier or tenable.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yep, no problem. And so what's happening here is these plots are plotting the yield against the variability. And so what you can see with higher yield, there's typically more variability from year to year. And that's a really common result in fisheries. We all know this. But the real aspect of that is that as you increase yield, you worsen variability. Or as you decrease variability, the yield comes down. So these two objectives are in exact opposite contrast to each other. So what do we do? And we haven't defined any specifics about this. So this is where the MSAB and the commission has to come in and then evaluate this. The MSAB has in the past, when looking at something like this, they've seen, wow, look, the variability decreases quite a bit and the yield is decreasing. But you see, you come to a point around here where you're not getting many more gains in the variability. But you're losing a lot of yield. So that's where the MSAB has come up with these. This is about 46, 43, right in that range. And so that's what they've defined as the sweet spot. And they've used that as a justification, is going above 43%, fishing harder than 43%. Or I guess it's fishing harder than, 43% is right here. Fishing harder than 43% really starts to increase the variability in the yield.
I'm watching your computer, so your mouse.
Yeah.
pointer is really good.
Sorry.
We have two mouse pointers up here, and neither of them.
Yeah, sorry. So follow the blue one, and that is about a 43. I think is about that point right around there. And so as you increase from 43, the variability really starts to increase as well. And so that's evaluating the trade-offs. Now, this was an older analysis, and this didn't have decision-making variability in it. And what I want to show you is a more current analysis. This is actually from the 101st annual meeting. And we've now made the same plot from the same results, which you can easily do in MSC Explorer. This is from that. And again, we have the yield on this vertical axis and variability on the horizontal x-axis. And now with decision-making variability, we have really high fishing intensity here, high yield, but high variability. As you reduce fishing intensity, the yield drops, but so does variability. We get to this point, and this is long-term results, where now the yield is dropping slightly, but the variability is not improving at all. We actually get to a point where with a low fishing intensity, we start to increase that variability again in the yield. And that was pretty interesting result to me. And I think that's a result of decision-making variability, is the yields are low. Yeah, go ahead.
Just one question.
Yeah.
So on the average annual variability axis, is that the percent chance of a change in TCUI greater than the values on the x-axis?
It's simply the average percent change in the TCY from
Oh.
year to year. So
Okay.
it's just saying for like here at the 25, that value would change on average 25% from year to year.
Okay.
It might do a 5%, a 10%, a 35%, things like that, but on average it's 25%. So we've experimented in the past. So that's how you evaluate this trade-off. And this one's a little bit easier because now you see, boom, there you're minimizing variability. And maybe you can really see the sort of sweet spot in there. And that again is around a 48, 46. And this is a long-term, which we typically analyze short-term yields and variability in yield. But I just wanted to use this as an example. In the past, we've used a threshold, and we said we don't want the AAV to be greater than 15%. And I think that might occur actually to the left of this curve, meaning none of these management procedures would meet that threshold. That's why we've abandoned that in the past. Because there's just so much variability in the system that we can't control all of that variability until we put in constraints. So that's how you might think about evaluating the trade-offs and doing that evaluation. So this is just saying that it's likely due to the decision-making variability and also low TCYs. Okay, so this presentation is almost done. Maybe we can just get through this and then have a discussion after lunch.
So Alan, before you get off those graphs, both those axes then are millions of pounds, correct?
No, this axis on the vertical is in millions of pounds. This is just simply a percentage. That's why as a percentage, when the TCY is low, a small change in the TCY.
So the x-axis is percentage then?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, I want to clarify that.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom. Okay, just a couple more slides here, and then we'll break for lunch. We can come back and discuss this stuff, but it'd be good to finish up this presentation. So we've had a long history of harvest policies at the IPHC, and there have been a few historical objectives, but nothing like we have now, nothing like really well-defined objectives. And these objectives have either been defined by scientists or defined maybe by some stakeholders or managers, but they have not been as well defined as our currently ones. So historically, we managed using CPUE, season length area closures. The concept of MSY came in, and then this concept of exploitation rate was used in the 1990s along with the quota system. And if you remember, we had things such as the blue line and exploitable biomass. We found that with so many different fisheries, and as Michael said, with some fisheries selecting more males and females, exploitable biomass was hard to define. So we came up with this coast-wide SPR-based harvest policy since 2017. The real benefit of that is it's now accounting for all known mortality of all sizes and from all sources. And we say known there because, whale depredation might not be included in this, and there might be some sources of unknown mortality that are not included. So just a brief history of the harvest policies. This is looking a little bit closer at that SPR-based harvest policy where you have this reference fishing intensity, and this is stock status along there. If that gets small, then we start reducing fishing intensity. That's our 30-20 control rule. We also have a 32-inch size limit for directed commercial fisheries, which we've investigated a lot. And then it's important to remember that the distribution of the TCY to these different regulatory areas is a decision of the commission. So I leave you over lunch with this figure, and we can walk through this. But this is an illustration of sort of our harvest strategy policy with the management procedure on the left, including those concepts of data collection, estimation model, and harvest rules, determining a total mortality, which is then split into a coast-wide TCY. That's all passed into the decision-making process, especially the annual meeting with our subsidiary bodies and our commission making the final decision on a coast-wide TCY and the regulatory area TCYs. So you can sort of get this little bit of a flow chart to get an idea of the whole process. And this is what we're trying to explain in the harvest strategy policy document. So that's all that I have on this presentation. I think that was a really good introduction, I hope, for a lot of you, and a reminder of where we've been, where we're going. And maybe we break for lunch, then we can take some questions after. Sound reasonable? All right. And I think an hour and a half lunch, is that reasonable?
Can we keep our computers in here?
Great.
We can, the room probably won't be locked, just so that anybody or
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks everybody online. Have your questions ready and we'll take those after lunch. So I guess that's the end of my presentation for this document. We can take any questions or discussion now, and then the next document is more of a answering questions that were asked during MSAB 20 and given a little bit more work that I've done this year on the MSC stuff. So
Yeah, well, you left us with this pretty cool figure. Does anybody have any questions that popped up either here or online during the lunch break? And we had pretty decent discussion while you were giving your presentation.
yeah, and I think all this stuff's going to come up again. That was just background. So we're going to get into the real meat of things now. So I think a lot of the questions already asked are going to come up again. Scott?
I do have a question, and perhaps it's going to come up later, so just tell me to pass. But if you could flip back one slide previously. So this is our harvest strategy. And I remember previously in other meetings, there was debate about changing the strategy to align with what the commissioners have been doing at the last couple of meetings, where they're not actually following our harvest rule of the 43 SBR. And is that still one of our goals, or are we moving past that and doing something different?
That is, if you think again about the MSC example, we get to an application. This was an application. The MSAB made a recommendation, let's go to an SPR 43%. This was based on, a model that was conditioned to previous stuff, I think even before the natural mortality change. And then the commission adopted that as their interim reference management procedure. And so now we're back at that stage. It's like, there's always the opportunity to change this, to do something different. Things that have changed since, this was first implemented is the commission has recognized they just want the freedom to make their decisions to depart from this reference level. So that's been happening. You mentioned, does the MSAB want to move towards more consistent with what the commission has been doing in recent years? The MSAB did make a recommendation at MSAB 20 to move to an SPR 46%. So there is that recommendation on the table. The commission has not considered that as a change to the reference. But I think it's, if the MSAB continues to want to either investigate these types of things, we'll talk about a program of work, and that's a good place to do it. But if the MSAB wants to carry forward that recommendation to move to a 46% SPR, I think that's totally reasonable. And give a time frame. Do they want that to be considered for adoption with the current harvest strategy policy document?
I'm recalling conversations about aligning the harvest strategy with decisions that we're making from year to year at the annual meeting for certification, for sustainable certification, MRC.
Oh, okay.
And because then you could say, okay, here's our policy, here's our harvest strategy, and here's what we've been doing.
Yeah, and I think
Are we?
I don't think we're moving to that to then move to what I think we want to stay focused on simulation testing and using the MSE framework to make these strategic decisions. The commission has obviously been making tactical decisions that are different than this reference level. What I've had discussions with the commission about is whether their departures are justified and can be justified to a certification agency. So one thing that we've done is we've introduced this decision-making variability, and now we've simulation tested that this approach of departing from this reference is still sustainable. And so it would meet that certification agency. So if the certification agency is, well, you're doing something different than your management procedure says, I can't certify this fishery, we can say, no, our harvest strategy actually incorporates this decision-making aspect of it and departing from this reference.
So that's where those 3 bullet points are. If you meet the first 2, then you can move on to the third.
Yeah. And so by doing the simulations with decision-making variability, we make sure we're still meeting those objectives, that there isn't a risk of going to really low spawning biomass levels.
Okay,
so that would be the justification to the certification agencies. So the commission had us put some language in the harvest strategy policy related to that as well.
Thank you very much.
Alan, this just makes me think about how everything dovetails in SPR 46 and some type of either absolute spawning biomass limit or a TCUI limit or something like that. Tell me when the appropriate day is and time for us to discuss that, because maybe that'll all coalesce together for as a recommendation. Or maybe that's just not part of the agenda and I should have asked for that early when we approved it. But
Could you say that again? Would you mind?
I wouldn't mind. I struggled first time, maybe I'll come out.
I get it. Okay.
So I brought up earlier, I think that there has still been interest in absolute spawning biomass minimum target, whether it's nothing below 2023, what we thought the absolute spawning biomass was, or a proxy for that could be some TCY bottom limit that meets fishery objectives. But it probably has to dovetail somehow with F46 and we run on F46 until we meet these criteria or this situation, which means like a low spawning biomass. So I keep forgetting that we can make recommendations, and I think I would like to recommend, some more look into that, like how, if you put those 2 components together and run them through simulations, what it would come up with in terms of work projects.
Yeah, I think that will come up. We can certainly, it's good to bring it up now, but I think we can get into the real meat of that when we discuss the program of work.
Okay.
And I was just looking through the presentation for the program of work, and there's actually a number of slides on absolute spawning biomass objectives and things like that as well. So that'd be a good time to bring that up again.
Thank you.
Looks like Jim has a question.
Sure, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. So you were asking about thinking of questions over lunch. So thinking back to the slide with where the TCY kind of just remained kind of stable after the first couple of years and stuff, and then I remember I was thinking, yeah, it's got that decision making variability in it. To me, it would be kind of useful to see what that would be without that incorporated as well as an example. So you take that decision-making variability that you've incorporated now, and everything looks flat, which may or may not be reality, but it would kind of just sort of taking that out to see, just to compare what that would look like.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I believe it's available on the MSE Explorer. You can choose decision-making variability with or without. You probably wouldn't see any difference in this plot. You'd see very little difference. You wouldn't see it if you took out the individual trajectories. I doubt there'd be much difference with or without decision-making variability. And part of the reason that this black line, this dark line, the median, is so consistent is because it is a median. It's a central tendency statistic, and they just tend to be more stable.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but the MSC Explorer, and we can switch to that anytime you want and have a closer look at the Explorer and those types of questions as well. But I did a bunch of runs without estimation error and without decision making variability. Okay, anything else? Oh, Tom has a hand up. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I got at some point in this text I was reading about, we did a fair amount of discussion of the definition of overfishing, and I guess that brings up a point to me. How are we going to define overfishing? Do we know at what level we are overfished? And does that imply that anything below B36 is now we're overfishing? That once we get to B30, are we overfished? Or is it the limit of B20 we're overfished? And if so, then what do we know we're rebuilding to? When is it rebuilt if we're overfished? So I guess, if we're going to have these definitions, it seems like we ought to know what overfished is and what rebuilt is. So we have some reference of which to guide by.
Yeah, so good question, Tom. Those are currently defined in the Harvest Strategy Policy document, and that's document 09. But it's a good question because we've currently defined overfishing as the stock is estimated to be below RSB 20%. But we don't have a really clear definition of overfishing yet, other than it's some fishing at some level that moves the stock towards an overfished state. And that's one thing we do need to work on is what does overfishing mean? What is the time frame that we define overfishing as? Is it moving it to overfished in a 3-year period or a 1-year period or a 10-year period? So there's a little bit more work to do on that stuff, but the Harvest Strategy Policy document will contain all of those things. It also has a definition of what it means to be rebuilt. And that means it's above that RSB 20%, but estimated with a higher probability that it's above that. So yeah, we can talk about those definitions on Thursday morning when we talk about the Harvest Strategy Policy.
Yeah, okay, thanks. And this is a wider question, and this is one, I know we've been working on this for quite a long time now, and we have all these charts and graphs and probabilities, but it seems apparent to me that the council or the commission doesn't seem convinced at all to believe this stuff. We just got finished cutting 15% in order to the fishermen. They want to cut because we're impacting the biomass too much. And yet we're coming in telling them, oh, you can fish at F43, no problem, perpetually. And the management procedures say we could, I think all the 11 management procedures we came in, none of them varied more than like 1.43 metric tons over 40 years or something. They're all pretty relatively close, as long as the 30/20 is in there. So I guess how do we propose this to the commission that they show some faith in what we're doing here? Because it seems like we're going through all this work, but they look at all this stuff and then immediately come back with F52 or F53 or F55 that we don't dare fish it, even F46. So that seems to me we're saying one thing, but they're doing something else, and it's like, do they have any faith in what we're doing here? I'm getting puzzled with that.
Yeah, and that's another good question, Tom. I do believe the commission has faith in what we're doing, and I believe MSAB members have faith in what we're doing as well. The complication to this is we're at a really low spawning biomass right now, and catch rates aren't what people are wanting them to be. Opportunities aren't what people are wanting them to be. And so when the commission first started making these decisions to lower the fishing intensity, 3 years ago, Ian and I went back to the office and we said, there's an objective that's missing here. Why are they deciding to do this? Can we define what their objective is? And we found that has been actually pretty challenging to understand what the objective is. And we'll go over that in the next presentation a little bit. I'll show you some examples of that, but it's where, you know, the effect of fishing on the stock isn't that great. I mean, isn't bad. We're doing a really good job managing this. It's other external factors that are causing this low biomass. And there's some objective that they want the biomass larger. And it's across not only commissioners, but across many of the stakeholders as well, in the conference board, at least in the PAB, recommending lower mortality limits, lower TCY compared to the reference level as well. But I have a few slides in the next presentation that'll hopefully get at that. Go ahead, Emma.
So I guess, I mean, I've heard like 3 people basically bring this up. I think Garrett, Tom, you know, and Forrest, that like, we're not calling this overfishing where we are now, but we're also not following our harvest policy. Do we have a role in recommending doing something that recommending to the commissioners some way to manage wherever they think we are right now? And I guess like what I think I'm hearing is that's what we will talk about with what Forrest brought up of, you know, this minimum absolute spawning stock biomass threshold. We create a policy around how to behave or what the commissioners might do in this situation to manage the stock. So we have a policy rather than this totally ad hoc process.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. But we need an objective. Like we need that objective behind there to define how do we know this policy is meeting that objective? Because right now, as people have been saying, the 43% meets all the objectives.
Right.
But there's something else there that's driving these decisions to depart from the harvest strategy policy. And the question is, would we be departing from it if we were at TCYs of 50 million pounds? Or would we be taking the F43? But we're not. We're at really low, unprecedented spawning biomass levels right now. But we're doing the best we can given the effect of external effects on the stock.
So then I guess the question, going back to what Tom said, is if we develop some kind of goal and policy around this minimum size, we hope that commissioners will follow it.
Yeah, and it could be, you know, we have an objective to avoid low TCYs or avoid low spawning biomass, absolute spawning biomass.
Or low catch.
And once we have that objective, then we have to find, well, what management procedure meets that? If it's a simple just SPR approach, we're probably going to have to back off to a 52% SPR. But we could introduce a control rule on absolute spawning biomass, not relative, that says when the spawning biomass is below what it was in 2021, that we start backing up fishing intensity or something like that. When it gets above that level, we're back at F43 or something like that. You know, so there's a number of ways around it, but the key is to what is the objective behind it.
Is it higher catch rates or getting away from historical levels?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'll go over a little bit of that also in the next presentation as well. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my first question or point I'd make is, are we really deviating from the harvest strategy policy in that, especially looking at this graph, ultimately decision making, you know, is the commission gets informed by the stock assessment, by the reference coastwide TCY, the stuff generated from this, from the decision table, from the stock assessment, but they ultimately make the decision. So I don't know if we're actually deviating from the harvest strategy policy. I think what we're in is a situation where, and we've talked about this before, the MSC process looks to the long term, and the decisions at the annual meeting focus mainly on the stock assessment, which is the immediate term, you know, 3 years out maximum. And so commissioners are looking at, and stakeholders, we were there, we were recommending cuts too. We can't put it all on the commissioners. We're looking at, geez, we're in a low productivity regime, weighted age, recruitment's down, and we're focusing and saying, okay, we got to take that into account. I think what we need to do is, if we want to get the commissioners to pay more attention to the MSE, we've got to test our management procedure or procedures, looking at what if we're in a low recruitment, low productivity regime, and say, look, this harvest strategy or this fishing intensity or this management procedure we're recommending is robust, not just in normal productivity, but also in a low productivity regime. I think if we want to get their attention, I think we have to show them something like that.
Yeah, that's a really good idea, Chris. And we'll also have some beginning of those analyses. So that might be something really worthwhile to request the Secretariat to do more simulations on. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, I looked at it. And I don't see how we can have a fishery that we can conduct a fishery that has this, that we set it up for a low productivity regime. I think we have to have, when we hit this point, we go to this setup, and this is a low productivity scenario only. But once we pass that point and we're recovered, then we go back to the regular management strategy policy.
Yeah.
We have to have two separate. This is the low productivity one. When this happens, this is what we do.
Yeah, and that's a really good idea as well. There was some work done by Anna Parma at IPHC in trying to manage to different, it wasn't productivity regimes, but environmental regimes. And what she found is that it's great if you knew when you were in that productivity regime, but what happens when you don't know what productivity regime you're in? And if you make, if you say, well, now I'm no longer in the low productivity regime, but you learn that you were in the low productivity regime, that's a high risk. Yeah. But an opposite.
And it takes 8 years before you know.
Yeah. So, but that's the great thing about this framework is we can test those things. I can put it into the operating model. We can develop a management procedure and see if we could do a little bit better with that. Or if maybe just a control rule on the absolute spawning biomass does better. So this is where we can really start to compare those. So keep those lines of thought in what are some management procedures that we can test and develop.
Is there an example in other fisheries of doing just that? During low productive years, you have one rule that you follow, and then on good productive years, you have another rule?
A lot of the fisheries that I'm familiar with have used rules where they just project based on recent conditions of the stock. So they'll do like maximum sustainable yield, but only on what the current conditions. And so they're not integrating over all of them. They're doing sort of what Chris said is let's take a look at what are the consequences of being at low productivity? What's the consequences of being at high productivity? And then they base their management advice on where they think they are. But there's also examples like the sardine fishery in the West Coast. And they have, I think they have an environmental, they have something related to the environment in their control rule. I can't remember it exactly, but.
ENSO or something like.
Yeah. What is it? I forget what it is, but they have something that responds differently to two different productivity regimes.
Could you kind of think of a sloped control rule as a productivity regime idea, and that whatever productivity drove you to be on that slope, you're now on the slope, reducing your management recommendation to then bring you out of that regime at some point?
Yeah.
In a sense.
Yeah, I'd have to work out some more details on that, but yeah, I mean, that's the line of thought that I think the MSAB should continue going down. What are some of the ideas to help the situation?
Sorry, but we don't know whether we're in what the productivity regime we were in until years later? Like, isn't it kind of hard to say we're in this productivity regime now? But also, just to answer Scott's question, there is in the sablefish, Canadian sablefish MSE, they do have a target. The target reference point changes depending on the stock status. If they're below 0.8 BMSY, the target reference point is 0.8 BMSY. If they're above 0.8 BMSY, the target reference point becomes BMSY. So there are some examples sort of to what you were asking about.
Sablefish, Alaska sablefish has somewhat sort of.
Is it okay?
Ratio is applied, right?
Yeah.
Above or below B30. I mean, it's a little bit different. It's more like the B30 or 30-20 rule
Yeah,
where
yeah.
we change our exploitation rate when stocks are below a level, but not so much tied to, we know this is a really productive regime.
But that's true is sometimes we don't know what, if we're in low productivity or high productivity until years later. And in fact, Ian's not online, I don't think right now, but I'm going to give you a little preview of the full stock assessment. And I think as the SRB documents should be published and it's in there. But he took a look at the new PDO index, and I think it says that we never were in a positive regime in at least 10 years. So we've been in a low PDO period for quite a while. So yeah, that is an issue. One thing we do have observations of weighted age from recent years. So we do know if fish tend to be small or large right now. So we can make sure we factor those things in, which is already factored into the short-term tactical projections. But, in terms of what a long-term management strategy might look like, I think in a low or a high weighted age or a low or high recruitment regime, that's what we're going to look at in the next presentation. Go ahead, Mike.
Does weight and age seem to be related to productivity?
Yeah, they've been looking at that for years. We've been trying to find what's causing the changes in weighted age, and we just haven't found a really good linkage.
What I'm talking about is by productivity is recruitment. Is there any way we can see a signal? Okay, this when we're seeing these weighted ages, this is the recruitment we're going to be seeing.
Right.
Then we'd have some way to preview what regime we're going into, so we're not reacting 10 years later.
Yeah. That's a really good question. I wish we did. We've looked at density dependent, how many halibut are out there, does that affect weighted age? We've tried to find all sorts of linkages to recruitment. We found one linkage with the PDO potentially. But there's just so much variability. It's hard to tease out exactly what's causing it. I think about 30 years ago, they did some analysis and they said, we figured it out. Weighted age declines when there's a lot of fish, and then it increases when there's few fish. And then all of a sudden the 2000s came along and weighted age got big with lots of fish. And so it was like that hypothesis was blown out of the water. And then they said, well, it's caused by fishing, and the high exploitation rates caused a decline in the weighted age. And we really couldn't put that didn't really pan out either. So we really haven't found out any linkages of any of this. What's causing another? We haven't found any correlations there, but we're still working on it. We got some really good people working on it.
Well, that's something that I think we should be looking into. So
Yeah.
we can get that early signal.
Yep.
Anne Marie, it looks like you have your hand up. You have a comment?
Oh, sorry, took the microphone a little moment to unmute itself. Yes, I was wondering whether, because we don't know which productivity regime we're at, we don't know what causes changes in weighted age, and we don't know what the future looks like, basically. Can we, have we, I can't remember, Alan, we've looked at so many things over the years, but have we looked at harvest control rules that essentially, instead of trying to do the crystal ball thing, looks at what is the current absolute spawning biomass and essentially builds in two different tiers. So if we're above this certain absolute spawning biomass, this is the harvest control rule that we use. If we're below it, then this is the one that we use. And so in a way that sort of builds in that objective that you've been trying to get people to talk about in terms of the absolute spawning biomass, and just sort of build it into the actual harvest control rule.
Yeah, I think Linda was saying a similar thing. And it is a matter of, though, you sort of have to define that. It's the chicken and egg. What do you define first, the objective or the management procedure? And if you're defining a management procedure on a threshold spawning biomass, you sort of defined your objective already as well. So one thing we have proposed and talked about a lot was using the spawning biomass we observed, I think in 2021 or 2023, because that was a low point in the estimated spawning biomass. And we said, well, let's use that as a reference and say we just don't want to go below that with some probability. But that wouldn't fit well into the development of a management procedure you're talking about. So we might have to define something else. But that's totally a way to go forward, to say if the spawning biomass is less than what it was in 2015, then we act this way. And if not, then we act this way. So I think that's sort of the thinking we can do and thinking about different management procedures.
Yeah, and from there, like the objective might sort of fall out of that in terms of people reacting to the MSC outcomes. It's like, oh yeah, like this seems a bit better, this seems a little worse. Like it, as you keep saying, it's iterative. We don't have to decide whether we start with the chicken or the egg. We just jump in the middle and go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. We start with the incubator.
Yes. Thank you.
So, yeah, and I think, yeah, that might be a great idea, because then it would lead to at least the development of some threshold that would define the different management approaches above or below. Is there anybody else in the room right now? There's a couple of hands online. I see Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe you can clarify this for me, because this is puzzling to me. I know that for a number of years ago, the spawning biomass, especially prior before they did the relationship between what was being caught female versus male, it turns out the spawning biomass dipped to about 28%. It's since now at about 38 and been climbing the last several years. But at the same time, the tonnage in terms of millions of pounds has dropped from about 200 to 146. Are we saying that the spawning, the fish, there's more of them, but they're just smaller? That's why the spawning biomass by weight has gone down, and yet the stock status for spawning biomass is going up since we're at 38%. That seems like a contradictory statements to me. Can you clarify how that is to be?
Yeah, you're pretty much right on those contradictory statements. And what I'll do is it'll be easier with some graphs. And in the next presentation, I have some graphics that'll capture that point or get to that question exactly. So if you don't mind holding off, we'll get there in the next presentation.
Yeah, that's fine. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. All right, anybody else before I move on to the next presentation? I think I've been saying a lot the next presentation, so it's probably time we do move on. And I think a lot of questions are coming up. And that's always the case with the MSAB. They're always like 1 or 2 steps ahead of me. So, so how about Rob, if you can bring a presentation for, what is it? Is it 07? Let me just double check. Yeah, 07. So this next, so this is now associated with document 07. So we're going to move from background, which is, this is all really good discussion. And I'm glad the discussion went where it was, because it was moving towards what work that the Secretariat has been doing in the last couple of months, actually. And it's not a lot of new work. Sometimes it's just summarizing the data in different ways and looking at it in different ways. So this presentation is going to get us some questions asked at MSAB 20. It's going to talk about, and they're going to talk about productivity regimes. And sorry, Tom, I lied. I think the graphs that I wanted to show you are in presentation 08, and so that won't happen until tomorrow. So make sure you remind me of that question, Tom, tomorrow. And it'll come up, and we'll be able to talk about it with the graphs, and it'll be much easier to do. Okay, so jumping into document 07 is here I just told you the outline, looking at some requests and then some weighted age and PDO regimes. So let's jump into one of the first requests from the MSAB. And I actually have two paragraphs here. Paragraph 27 has a lot of statements about different things. And then 28 says more exploration into understanding the patterns presented in 27. So I just want to highlight a couple of things in that paragraph 27 is lower fishing intensities resulted in higher absolute spawning biomass, but reduced the TCUI. That's expected. There's a greater than 1 in 3 chance that the short-term absolute spawning biomass will be less than the 2023 spawning biomass when fishing at 43%. And this was changed to 1 in 4 chance when fishing at SPR at 52%. And 1 in 6 chance in the long term. However, and this is a key statement, lower fishing intensities did not realize high TCYs seen at higher fishing intensities and did result in lower TCYs more often seen at higher fishing intensities over the short term. So it's saying it seemed like it was compressing the high TCYs to be less, but didn't have much effect when the TCY was low. And so we want to look into that. Why is that the case? So we decided to look at a couple of things. One is what was the effect of the fishing intensity on spawning biomass and the TCY? And just to verify that that statement was correct, we created this plot where the short term is shown in blue and the long term is shown in black. And so all that it shows is the higher the spawning biomass, the lower the TCY. That's why these lines are going in that direction and then in that direction. And so that's that trade-off again between yield and spawning biomass. A different trade-off, but a trade-off. So that's just verification of what that first sentence said in there. And all these different points are different fishing intensities, and you can guess what they are. This is the spawning biomass being less than the spawning biomass estimated in 2023. And these are probabilities. So this is the probability that spawning biomass is less. And then this is fishing intensity, where it's a higher fishing intensity on the left and a lower fishing intensity on the right of these plots, shown for the short term on the left and long term on the right. And what we've done is we've drawn in some horizontal lines showing the probabilities of 1 in 6, 1 in 5, 1 in 4, etc. And so you can go along and find like 1 in 6 chance is right there in the long term. That's about a 52%. The statement called out 52%, 43%, and the statements are right. I'll just say that. So that's verifying that part of that paragraph. But the higher you fish, moving over to the left of these plots, the higher the probability of going below the spawning biomass in 2023. So this is an absolute spawning biomass metric. Okay, this is that last sentence in there that says the high TCYs declined with fishing intensity, and so did the medians, as you see there. But you see the top bars of these decline quite quickly, while the bottom bars did not decline as quickly. But I think it is important to note that the bottoms of the bars do decline with a lower fishing intensity out here. And there are lower TCYs that are realized. But it's pretty interesting that you realize fewer high TCYs with a lower fishing intensity out there. So that's a really sort of high view of it. So we wanted to dive into this result a little bit more and try to understand what is going on with the realization of high and low TCYs in these results.
Can I ask for clarification real
Yep.
quick? And maybe you were on your way to give it. Just looking back at slide 5, like if we look at SPR 46, it looks something like a 35% probability of being below 2023 spawning biomass. Am I in the neighborhood there.
Yep. Yeah. Right there.
So the way to think about that is not that there's only a 35% chance that we'll ever go below that, but it's more like a rain forecast. Like if there's a 35% chance of rain, we're going to have some rain at some point. Is that like, how do we, my mind is always wanting to say, you know,
yeah,
how can we stay above 40 million pounds, or how can we stay above 45? What do we need to do? What actions, tactical actions do we need to take? But this would still say that, you know, even fishing at 46, had we started in the mid 90s or late 90s, we might still find ourselves in this situation had we fished at a lower fishing intensity. Is that?
Yeah, that's a good way to characterize it, because what this is saying is that in the simulations, in the short term, in that 10-year period, out of all the simulations, 35 out of 100 did show a spawning biomass lower than that level. So it's not trying to say you have a chance of getting there. It's saying that, well, it's like, what is always the right wording? Stuff. It's so hard.
I'm glad that there's no real statisticians.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's a probability at the end of the day.
It really is.
It is, but that, you know, that probability over 100 years is you're going to see it.
Yeah.
You are going to see it. Is
You
that
have a
how you
very
would
high
put it?
chance. You have a very, very
You're
good
looking
chance.
at stepwise, 35% chance next year being below, and if you flip a coin 100 times,
Each
you're
time.
going to hit heads. You
Yeah.
know, roughly 50% of the time if you flip it.
Yeah. So you can expect to be below that level in 100 years, probably a third of the time.
But I think there's a second part to what Forrest was saying, which I think is, you know, he was talking about we're going to get rained on, but then he was saying how, you know, he's sort of alluding to what do we have to do to make sure we don't get rained on? And I think that's the part of the discussion that we were, you know, I mean, I know it's coming up, but we need to focus on is we spend a lot of time on where we don't want to be, but where do we want to be and how do we get there?
And that's a really good point, Chris. So remember, this is an absolute spawning biomass metric. Absolute spawning biomass changes even without fishing. And so a simulation that I used to do when I worked on Pacific Hake was they defined overfished as 40% of some static population. It was the absolute level. And if it was 40% below that level, it was defined as overfished. So I did simulations with Ian Stewart, and we found that there was like a 5% chance that your stock was overfished without fishing. And so that's the case. That's why
So
I
then
don't
it's
think,
wrong.
what's that?
It's the wrong word to use then.
It is the wrong word to use in that context. But the reason I bring it up is that these figures are going, you know, in the long term, think of the long term, this figure is going up over here at low fishing intensity, or sorry, these are high fishing intensities. But I doubt this curve would ever get to a 0 chance of being below the spawning biomass in 2023, because you could have a combination of low recruitment, low size at age that brought you back to this without fishing. And that's going to get at Tom's question tomorrow. Okay, so we're going to look more into these TCYs and the range of the TCYs that we saw in the results from the last MSAB. So we put these plots together, again, high fishing intensity on the left and low fishing intensity on the right. And what the different lines are here now are different values of mortality, of TCY, basically. So we have 80, 60, 50, etc. And each of those lines and the points on those lines represents the probability that the TCY is less than that value. So this top line over here is the probability that the TCY would be less than 80 million pounds. And this bottom line is the probability that the TCY is less than 20 million pounds. So this is just simply defining different points that we want to calculate this probability by. And that's really easy to do. What is really interesting about these plots are, you see with a low fishing intensity, you would expect the probability that the TCY is less than 80 million pounds is going to be pretty high. Because you're a low fishing intensity, you're rarely going to be above 80 million pounds. And as you increase the fishing intensity, that decreases because you're going to be above 80 million pounds more often because you're fishing harder. And that's just almost a linear decline at 80 million pounds. But as you change this threshold, and now you look at something like 20 million pounds, you see that the probability of TCY is less than 20 million pounds, is a little bit high at a low fishing intensity. And it's the lowest around a fishing intensity SPR equals 46%. And then it starts to increase again. And that was like fascinating to me because it says now I'm fishing really hard. Shouldn't my high fishing intensity keep me above 20 million pounds? And it doesn't, I believe, because you're fishing so hard, you drive that spawning biomass to low levels where even that fishing intensity and the low spawning biomass means you have to cut back and take a lower TCY. And it's probably the control rules coming in and the control rules saying cut back on fishing intensity so that we can realize those high TCYs in a couple of years. So that's why we get more variability at high fishing intensity as well. So I found these plots fascinating and these different shapes in the curves. And so we went even a little bit further and we created these trade-off plots where we have the probability that the TCY is less than 80 million pounds. So we want that probability to be low because if the probability being less than 80 is low, that means we're getting a lot higher than, right? We're getting 100 million pounds, 90 million pounds. And on this axis, the horizontal axis, now we have what's the probability that TCY is less than 20 million pounds. And we actually want that low because we don't want to be below 20 million pounds. We don't want a low TCY. So we want to keep that low as well. So I draw these arrows on desired. So the direction of the arrow is better. So we're at a really low fishing intensity up here and a high fishing intensity down there. And you see when we're at a low fishing intensity, if we increase the fishing intensity, we get better and better. We get better and better. We get better and better. And then here's sort of that inflection point where now we're getting better and worse, better and worse, better and worse, and then better and worse. So, and the similar shape over here for the long term. So we had short term on the left, long term on the right. So it's just an interesting way to view this. And it shows you that the optimal solution to these two metrics would be around a 46 or a 45 there. So I mean, this is interesting because neither of these are objectives, but if they were objectives and these were performance metric from objectives, then this would be the way we would analyze this. So I hope that helps. Let me see if I have any more. I can't remember. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you something else, but so I hope that helps understand this trade-off between high TCYs and the realization of low TCYs at different fishing intensities. I'm not giving you any answer. I'm just trying to explain these results a little more, but I don't have, okay, this is the answer, but this is all part of the evaluation process. And then one last thing. So go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, just going back to slide 8 there, for the long term, it doesn't really follow kind of a linear, it kind of goes in and then back out at SPR 45. What would the reason be?
I think that's just sort of what we call simulation or Monte Carlo error. And something is just slightly different about the random generation of those simulations that it produced a slightly different result. If I did more simulations, like 1,000 or 2,000, then this would be a much smoother shape. And so I think that, yeah, you just sort of got to smooth over these patterns with your eye. Although there could be something, and we'd have to look into it. Maybe there's an interaction with the control rule right around that point. You know, maybe the control rule, there's some weird, because that control rule is almost like a switch on and off. So I'm not sure, but I think some of it, most of it's probably just due to simulation error.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. And often, a lot of times those questions come up and then I start looking into it and we find something really cool. Okay, so I think this is one last thing on this question is, so then we looked at, well, what is the minimum TCY that is observed over all these simulations? Is there a question?
I did. What made you pick 80 million pounds for that last set of?
Nice round number.
Okay.
And it was it's just what I chose as the top and the bottom, but we could draw those plots for anything. It could be 65.347 pounds.
Historical high, maybe?
Not even that. It was just like, I think what I did I have it? Yeah, I took the TCYs and I just drew a couple lines in there and wanted to see what they were. So no real reason. 20 is more of a like, man, we probably really don't want to be below that, but we're at 29 this year or something. 28, 29. Okay, so yeah, the last thing that I wanted to show you here, again, fishing intensity on the horizontal axis, so high on the left, low on the right. And this is the minimum TCY observed in the simulation. So it's the actually average over like 500 simulations. But you can think of it as, what does the minimum TCY look like? And again, we see this pattern. Yeah, each line is a different, oh wait, what are the lines?
Different regulatory area.
No, not regulatory areas. It's all coastwide.
I thought that it was.
Yeah,
But it
says-
said it wasn't relevant. Because coastwide was.
They're just not labeled because it's a shape that's of interest. Not
Right.
there.
Oh yeah, you're right. The document, somebody read the document.
Right. Well, no, I'm following along. I can write on. I can't write on your screen.
I was like, a month ago I wrote that document. I can't remember anything now. You're right. It is different regulatory areas. And the reason is I had this performance metric calculated by regulatory area and not on the coastwide level. So I didn't feel like going back and figuring out how to calculate on coastwide. But it's nice. It shows the same pattern across all regulatory areas. But the key is that it has this shape, that in an intermediate value, intermediate fishing intensity, that the minimum TCY is at a maximum. So, and that's what we want. Like, we want to keep the minimum as high as possible. And we would do that in an intermediate fishing intensity, because when you fish harder, you have more chance of getting to low levels. When you don't fish as hard, you just never realize those catches. So I found these results actually really informative to me. It took me a lot longer than the 10 minutes I just presented to you to absorb this information, but I had a lot of fun putting this sort of analysis together. And I think that's a great justification again for these SPRs in the 40s, in the mid 40s. So let's see. Yeah. So that's it. I'll pause for 1 second, see if there's any questions on that. And this is in response to a request of the MSAB. That's what you configure. That's what you get when you make a request. I create a lot of plots. And I have fun doing it. All right, I'll move on. We can always come back. We could think about it tonight, and that's why it's nice to have multi-day meetings. We can talk about it over the break too. All right, assessment frequency performance metrics. And this is a request of the MSAB. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna give you a little bit of background first. In that we have a stock assessment because it's useful to define mortality limits, estimate status, and provide an understanding of the population. But there's error in the stock assessment. And sometimes if we don't do a stock assessment every year and we just develop an empirical rule, the empirical rule could be as simple as keeping the TCY constant when there's no assessment. It reduces the variability from year to year. But, and so what we've been looking at is conducting the stock assessment every third year. So doing a stock assessment, no stock assessment in the second year, but basing the TCY on the change in the survey 032 WPUE. So if the 032 WPUE declines by 10%, the TCY declines by 10%. So we have stock assessment year 1, no assessment year 2, no assessment year 3. Do the same thing, adjust the TCY based on the survey. And then we have a stock assessment in year 4, that third year, 3 years without it, or 2 years without, and then the third year with. And that sort of resets us back into determining status, making sure we're incorporating all the information that we have and any updated and re-updated research. But does that mean that we could have a bigger change in that third year when that assessment is done than we would have over time if an assessment was done every year? This is a question that we've been asking for quite a while. And so the MSAB requested that we look a little bit more into it. So it's shown down here, a triennial in blue and an annual in black. And you can see that the sequence of TCUIs would be different between these, but in those assessment years, it sort of comes back onto track. So that assessment is sort of ground truthing and bringing it back on track. So, so we've looked at this, and the concern is the triennial assessment possibly has a smaller average amount of variability over a 10-year period. And if you think of this as if we just kept the TCY constant, you'd have 2 years with a constant TCY, so you have no variability, and you'd have a third year with a lot of variability. And our concern was, what is the variability in that third year? Is this too large of a jump for us? And so the MSAB requested more research into performance metrics that would be informative of that. And we presented a lot of this in document 06, the MSAB020. I guess that wasn't enough for you. So we're trying another approach here. And what we did this time is we really just focused on annual and triennial assessment frequencies. So one of the problems at MSAB020 was I did annual assessments, biennial assessments, and triennial assessments. And so here's a little time frame of assessments. And if we threw in a biennial, say we on year 1 we had 1, and then none on year 2, and then we did a biennial on year 3, and then we had none on year 4, and then a biennial, and then none, and then a biennial, we would only have assessments similar across all these management procedures here and here. So we'd only have 2 times to really look at it. If we just focus on annual and triennial, now you see we can compare 4 years with assessments and then compare 6 years without assessments. So I think it just works better for our performance metrics. We have a little bit more chance to really take a good look at this if we focus on just these 2. So what we want to look at instead of an average annual variability, we just want to look at the percent annual change. And all that is the percentage change in the TCY in that year compared to the TCY in the year before. And so if the TCY went from 100 to 110, that would be a 10% change. And finally, we look at a probability statistic related to that annual change, and is it greater than 15% in the 10-year period? So let's see what the results look like. Okay, so first, we just look over that 10-year period here, where we have a high fishing intensity on the left again and a low fishing intensity on the right. And what you can see is the percent annual change is, I think this is the average over all years, is the average percent annual change is about 21% in the annual and about 16% in the triennial. So the triennial over a 10-year period is showing a lower interannual variability. So Chris, do you want to ask your question before I get too deep into this?
Yeah, just quickly, and maybe I missed it. I cut out there for a minute, but could you refresh my memory as to, for the triennial, what are we basing the changes on between years? Is it FIS results? So if the FIS goes down by a certain percentage, the TCUI goes down by a certain percentage? Sorry, I cut out there for a minute.
Yeah, no problem. I think it was on the previous slide of this, but it's always good to review this because there has been confusion over the years on this. But in these, so we can develop whatever empirical rule we want. That's what we call it, the empirical rule. We can develop whatever we want, and I look forward to ideas. But what we did in these simulations was assume in this non-assessment year there that it was based on the FIS 032 WPUE. So if the 032 WPUE and from the FIS declined by 10%, the TCUI decreased by 10%. So it's just a one-to-one with that.
I have a quick question. Yeah. Could you go back up a slide? Is that slide with the bars going up and down? That's one here. I'm just curious about like, just that first one caught my eye. This is simulation, right? And how would you get a decrease in the TCEY with the FIS, but an increase in the assessment that is fitting the FIS data? What, like, I know there's fishery CPUE in there. Like, what else is driving in, you know, when they go in a different direction? That's kind of.
It's because the assessment in these simulations isn't actually running the assessment with the new data in it. It's simply doing a random draw from, it's doing an approximation to what the error in the assessment would be. So it takes the spawning biomass in the next year, and then it adds a little bit of error to that, and it adds a little bit of error to the status. And then it says, this is what the assessment result was. So I think what happened here is the actual population may have increased in that, sorry, I should be not pointing, but I should be pointing with a pointer. The population actually probably increased in this year. There's some uncertainty added to the assessment, which resulted in that TCY. Maybe it went over too much or something. But what happened with the FIS is there was uncertainty in the FIS, and that is also based on that same, but the uncertainty then applied to the FIS went in the opposite direction. So in reality, that's one of my tasks that I want to do is bring in the stock assessment. We've tried, it's just so challenging because I don't know who decided on there being an ensemble of 4 model.
Yes.
But we got really close, and it just was taking a lot of time. But that's something I want to work on. I think I can get there, even if it's a more simple model, like a delay difference model or something, but something that does use the data so you have a little bit more correspondence there. But so that's a good point.
But it could happen.
Oh yeah.
Like we've seen the FIS go down in assessment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And that could be because the FIS went down, but it's saying there's going to be a recruitment event, you know, and the FIS hasn't realized it. And the assessment says, well, the commercial fishery can catch it, so the TCY can go up or whatever it is. Yeah, there's all sorts of behavior. Go ahead,
It's
Linda.
just a really basic question. I mean, the reason we are considering not doing an annual assessment is resources being limited, right? I mean, in a perfect world, would you do the assessment every year, or is there a reason to not do it every year?
Not necessarily, because it might be that not doing an assessment every year actually does smooth out the population. There might be so much uncertainty in the assessment. There might be what Garrett was talking about, where, you know, a new assessment author comes in, changes it up, or maybe we get some new data that we want to try, and then we realize that wasn't good. There's a lot of things where sometimes that more simple approach, it's not only resources, but a number of reasons. One, it might reduce the variability. Because if you think about it, if you just kept the TCY constant, that'll really reduce the variability on average over a 10-year period. But 2, it's just, you know, the sablefish in Canada, I think they like this real simple approach based on the survey because they could see it.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to try to put their head around an assessment. So there's a number of reasons to move towards this, but for the Secretariat, we feel that it would free up some resources, and we could make an even better stock assessment.
Yeah. Okay.
And do more research into some of these questions we've been having, like why is weighted age changing? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Great discussion. So we have that.
Alan?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yep, no, go ahead, Lynn. And then we got Michelle after you.
I'm trying to understand the additional uncertainty that the limited or reduced FIS plays into this. if some areas aren't getting surveyed, but except for maybe every third year, and the timing and the lineup of when an area gets surveyed compared to when the assessment is done. Just trying to understand what interplay that might have. And is it going to add additional levels of uncertainty as we move forward?
Yeah, really good point, Lynn. And you're exactly right, is these simulations were done assuming this base block design. In other words, every regulatory area is surveyed in every year. As we reduce that survey, the uncertainty goes up. And I think the variability in this triennial approach would increase as well. So you're exactly right. There is an interplay with the FIST design in this, in these results as well. So take these as sort of the most optimistic results. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I had a similar question to that initially, which was, what are the assumptions that are being made for the FIS in between years for the different areas? But then I also had another question back on slide 10. And that is, why wouldn't the TCEY in the years of the triennial be the same value as the years of the annual for that year?
You're saying like here in the year of the assessment?
In the year of the assessment, I would assume that the triennial assessment would produce the same values as the annual assessment.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I should have made better contrasting colors because I can barely
The
even
blue
see.
is high.
Yeah, so what happens is, remember, this is a closed loop feedback system. So these TCEYs are all affecting the population by the time you get there.
Yeah.
And so what happens is you've removed fewer fish, leaving more fish, and thus your TCEY from the assessment is higher in that year. Does that make sense?
Okay, just because it's building, it's pulling upon the previous years.
Yeah. Yeah, and your mortality is affecting the population in this year. And so the assessment says, well, the population is actually higher, and thus the TCEY can be higher. And then you see here, the TCEYs are a little bit more similar, and they become closer in the assessment year, and here as well, they sort of flip-flop, and they're almost exactly the same in the assessment year. So yeah,
Okay.
really good observation. Yep. And your first question was answered with the answer to Lynn's question, is that right?
No, not exactly. So
Yeah.
that is what is the assumption that's made in the non-assessed years for the FIS? Is it that that the FIS, that the survey is occurring in every year in every area on those non-assessed years?
Yeah, that is the assumption in these simulations, is that there is some data coming from every regulatory area. There's no bias in the FIS, and there is a background level of uncertainty in the FIS. And the next question that the MSAB asked is going to get into that question a little bit. But yeah, you're right. These simulations are assuming no bias and a constant level of uncertainty across all years, assessed or non-assessed.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Did you have a question for us?
It's a different one because they kind of asked what I was going to ask, but so I was looking at some of the paperwork in preparation for this meeting, and I remember the pattern where, you know, the coastwide survey was up 20, down 20, up 29, or, you know, really swinging back and forth. And what we haven't introduced into this is any kind of a, you know, a 2 or 3 year smoothing in between to try to avoid that if we're directly using that empirical rule between assessments. And I'm just wondering if that's a consideration that we should be, or a conversation that we should have.
Yeah, for sure. That's part of the I think where the MSAB can come in the development of management procedures. I think that would come in the development of an empirical management procedure, what to do in a non-assessment year. I think that's a great idea to bring in some sort of smoothing, which would even reduce this variability more. And then we can test it to see if reducing that variability, does it translate to the TCY? Does it cause an even bigger jump in the assessment, for example? But yeah, I think those are the sorts of questions we can talk about. And we can get to that in the program of work. We'll talk about management procedures. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, can you go ahead to slide 13? So I mean, when you put in the error bars, there's not a lot of discernible difference between annual versus triennial in terms of percent annual changes over the years. But one thing I'm wondering about is, I was thinking about it when you mentioned if we went to triennial assessments, there would be more time for research. And I guess what I wonder there, would that lead to more changes to the stock assessment, which could lead to changes in the TCY produced?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It could go either way.
Like what you don't know.
You know, if you let Dr. Stewart think more, that there's consequences.
There are consequences for sure. I mean, it could go either way. It could cause an abrupt change in the stock assessment, like what happened when we changed or started estimating mortality in the third assessment.
Or sex.
Yeah, or sex ratios. It updates our understanding, but on the flip side, that potentially reduces the bias of the stock assessment, which could reduce variability over time as well, because you're not off on that. And so that is, something that would be very difficult to simulate. It's not simulated here. It assumes more of a constant assessment approach. But yeah, that is a potential consequence. And so you have to ask yourself, is it important to know more and have better research and better information? A lot of the research would be on how to make the assessment a better stock assessment, like using Bayesian statistics to get a better characterization of uncertainty, so we can characterize the risk in the decision table in a more appropriate manner, for example. But that all changes how you look at it, and it might change how you set the TCY. So yeah, it's a tough question. And one thing we say at IPHC is we know too much, that it's really hard to model this stock just because of how much we know.
Alan, I had a thought, like listening to the comments and questions. It's interesting that, I mean, this like assessment frequency, as you showed earlier on, you've been looking at this for a while.
Yeah.
What's different now is the issues with the FIS survey design and how it's had to be, because it's the way that we're doing this and, looking at this analysis, it's impossible to disentangle the issues with the FIS and not so much an uncertainty, but a potential bias.
Yep.
With what could happen in the intervening years between assessments. And I wonder if something we could think about when we circle back around to like going to Forrest's point of like smoothing over what we do in those intervening years is perhaps consider using the fishery CPUE as another index to kind of support the FIS, since the fishery CPUE itself, like while distribution could be changing and there's all those factors involved with that as well, it's not changing as much as the FIS is.
Right, in terms of its footprint. Right. Yeah, I mean, I think we've talked a little bit about bringing fishery dependent, or was that with exceptional circumstances? Can't remember. But yeah, that's totally doable. I mean, that's the fun thing about the MSAB is we can be creative, and we can bring in all sorts of concepts, and then we can test them and see if they help or not. Yeah, we'll come back to those ideas. I mean, great to bring up now, but as we come into the program of work, we can get into more of the definition of exactly what that would look like. Should we take a quick break again before we jump into the interpretation of those results and the rest of this presentation? I'm going to see what time is it. It's 2:45. I just want to look at the schedule here real quick. And so today's Tuesday, 2:45. So yeah, we have currently until 3:45. And then we were going to go into a review and a drafting session for the report. And yeah, I think if we stick to that schedule, we should be fine. We can finish up this presentation and discussion tomorrow, because I think all we have tomorrow is program of work all day. So that should be good. Tomorrow we can just focus on discussion. How's a 15-minute break sound again this afternoon? Does that work for everyone?
Sounds
All right.
good.
All right. How about we come back at 3:05 Alaska time, 4:05 Pacific. Okay, can we get verification that online's hearing us?
Yep, I can hear you.
Great, thanks a lot. Okay. So we talked a bit. Oh, I'm getting a little feedback. It's better now. We talked a bit about the setup for this and how this triennial assessment and empirical rule, and then the assumptions about the FIS design in this. But really the question we're trying to answer here is, there's some performance metric that we can get at the difference between assessment years and non-assessment years, the change in the variability. And so we first look at just this average percent annual change over a 10-year period. So assessment, non-assessment years just factored in. And what we found is that the assessment in the darker color is slightly higher than the triennial assessment period. The annual assessment is slightly higher than the triennial assessment period in terms of the average percent annual change. So what happened, what the result of this was, there's a recommendation from the SRB and from the MSAB to consider the triennial assessment as part of a reference management procedure, because it resulted in a lower variability. Now, let's take a look at only the assessment years. So again, thinking back 2 slides on that little table with the X's, this would be a comparison of 4 years within a 10-year period. And looking at those 4 years, we have the triennial assessment is showing that in an assessment year, it actually has a higher change on average than the annual assessment. And so the annual assessment's about the same as it was when averaging over 10 years, as you would expect. But now the triennial is quite a bit higher than the annual assessment. And so it is showing that in the assessment year, it's making a larger jump to do any sort of correction.
Alan, so you're comparing, like, I'm thinking back to your one plot where you had the bars across the time series.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be year 1 compared to year 4 compared to year 7.
Compared to it's taking 1, 4, 7, and 10 and averaging only the annual change seen in those years.
Okay.
So it's only in the year that there was assessment, it's saying what was the average change in the TCY from the previous year. And so it's saying, is the jump from here to here in an annual or in a triennial assessment from here to here greater than in an annual assessment from here to here? It is showing that it is. And the reason that you have to compare the same years is because of that question, I think it was Michelle asked, it's like, why isn't it the same in the assessment year? It's because if we compared this year to this year, there's a different population. And so we really want to, there's different recruitment coming in and other things like that. So keeping it consistent allows for us to have the same recruitment events leading up and compare only the effect of the management procedure. So what that plot showed is on average in an assessment year, 1, 4, 7, or 10, that the change is higher in a triennial assessment. And it's because it has a different pathway to get there.
But in reality, they would be the same. Or not the same, but it would be comparing that assessment to an annual assessment to a triennial assessment, year 1, 4, 7, 10 would be the same because in reality, they're the same in those years.
They're the same leading up to those years, but because of the difference in the TCY leading up to those years, the change is going to be different.
Sure, in the simulation, but like 4 years from now, when Ian runs an assessment, that's going to be we're going to get the same numbers regardless of whether he's done assessments in intervening years leading up to that.
Well, not necessarily, because the TCY might be different.
We
leading
might
up to
drive
that.
it to be a different population, right?
Yeah.
By fishing harder or less hard, we might end up with
Yeah.
a different, slightly different.
And that's this plot here.
Based on following the empirical rule.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you might have a smaller TCY in the empirical rule, higher TCYs, and thus you get a different population.
Okay.
Even though recruitment was the same leading up to it, the deviations in recruitment. So the reason I have to do the same years is to make sure that the change isn't caused by a difference in a recruitment deviation. One simulation had a large year class, another simulation had a small. We want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. It's not an easy concept to get through your head. It took me quite a while.
Something that's a meaningful metric to me that isn't popping out at me is like, how far off are we talking?
Yeah, let's go soon as.
I mean, if it's like a couple percent, like who cares? If it's
Oh,
10%
much
difference,
higher?
then,
Yeah,
then
so
it matters.
So that's what this plot is showing. In the assessment year, on average, it's about 30%. And I have the actual numbers as well, other than the plot. And maybe we'll talk about that when we get to the actual numbers.
Okay.
It'll show the average percent change, or the probability is greater than 15%. But you can see here in the annual assessment, it's about, let's take a look at 43. It's about 21, 22%. In an assessment year, in a triennial assessment, it's about 30% change. But it has to average out. And so in a non-assessment year with just using the FIS, the annual change is only about 13 or 14%. So when you average over the whole time period, you have non-assessment years being lower, assessment years being higher, but there's more non-assessment years. So the whole 10-year period on average is a little lower than the annual assessment. So the real key here is that in assessment years with a triennial assessment, you can have a large jump. In non-assessment years, you have smaller jumps. And because of those smaller jumps, you typically have to make a larger correction. So is it safe to say that if we were to take this approach as part of the harvest policy or management procedure, we could expect as business people to have a bigger lurch one way or the other every 3 years? And so, so I think, do I have that? Just check. Yeah. So we'll talk about that. But you're exactly right. You could have
as much as 30%.
Yeah. And so we'll talk about what that means, but to give you a preview, it means is the business plan the best to have short periods of some stability followed by a large change in the short period of stability, or just have some average variability over a longer period of time? So here's the numbers. These are not presented as the average annual change, but these are instead the probability the annual change is greater than 15%. Up top is the annual assessments frequency, and in the bottom are the triennial assessment frequency. And then we have for the rows, the assessment years and the non-assessment years. And what you can see in an annual assessment frequency, they're about the same for the assessment and non-assessment years, is what you would expect. Aren't exactly the same because there's simulation error, but that's the case. In the triennial, though, here you see the big difference. There's about a 70% probability of the annual change is greater than 15% in an assessment year, and only a 40% probability in a non-assessment year. So that's the big change, and that's getting at what Peggy was saying is every third year you'd expect a potentially, possibly a larger change for any sort of catch-up. So what does this all mean? And in summary,
Quick question.
Yeah.
Does it matter whether it's an increase, like if you simulate just a decreasing stock or an increasing stock, did it make a difference?
I haven't looked at that, but that's a good question. Is what happens when the stock's increasing or decreasing?
Alan, sorry,
No
can I
problem.
just get like the brief bullet points on what's informing the stock assessment output or the reference? Would it be a reference TCUY on the non-assessment years?
Yeah, so there is no assessment, but the TCY would actually be determined from the FIS. If the 32 from the FIS declined by 10%.
Okay, so this is assuming there's still annual FIS.
Yeah, annual FIS, and there's we would use that information. Okay. We could have it to where in the non-assessment years, it's constant. We're feeding back a little bit. Maybe Jim, if you could mute 1 second, and then thanks, Jim. But if you had non-assessment years, you kept it the same as the previous year, so you didn't change it at all, then this number in this last row in non-assessment years, your probability of change, 15% would be 0, because it wouldn't change. It would be a 0 annual change. Like it would stay constant. That would probably result in a higher change when you catch up to the assessment.
Okay.
So, this is where the fun can come in and developing empirical rules that might have a benefit, or maybe not. Maybe an annual assessment's the way to go.
Let's get Jim real quick. And
Yep. Yeah. Sorry. Thanks for reminding me. Go ahead, Jim.
Thanks. I guess one of the things I was thinking about, we're talking about percentages.
Well, you might have cut out, Jim.
No?
Oh, you're back now.
Sort of. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I don't know what's going on here. What might be? Geez, someone's sneezing a lot. That's yeah. What is the actual amount of changes? I know the percentages we look at, but it might be useful to look at. Well, it may be a 15% change or a 10% change, but what does it really mean into the total TCUY? If you're looking at empirical things, and then like I forget who brought it up, but if it's not that much, would you even make a change, or just make a change if it's going down and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's a really good observation, Jim, and something I've been thinking about in that when what were we doing earlier? There was something I presented earlier. Oh, I can't remember what it was, but one aspect of this, and you can see some interesting results again, like here, it's 6.5, it goes down, but then it starts to increase again across fishing intensities. And this is when you're fishing at a lower fishing intensity, you have lower TCYs. And so an actual change in a lower TCY, a smaller absolute change, is a large percentage change. 10 to 11 is the same percentage as 20 to 22. And so when you're fishing at lower TCYs, that percentage change from year to year is actually a smaller absolute amount. So I agree with you. I think looking at some performance metrics that give you more of a look at how much are we actually talking about in terms of TCY may actually change the picture on this quite a bit. And Forrest?
Yeah, I think that may have, I just, actually, what I'm wondering is what feeds in. We know there's differences between raw FIS data or even corrected FIS data and then an assessment. What they actually are, I really don't know. But there's differences, and then what's leading into the discrepancy of a triennial change that's going to be a big jump, even though we're supposedly following the trajectory of the stock with empirical rule, is that are there any key factors that you can point to in the differences between the FIS and the assessment that would help fill in the gap or like connect the dots? Like why isn't the FIS pretty much tracking what the stock's doing?
Yeah, I mean, there are some simulation issues that Pete was talking about, and we're not doing the actual assessment that's incorporating the FIS data. So these results might be a little bit more disparate than I would expect. But the FIS has its own uncertainty, and the assessment has a different uncertainty as well. The change from the FIS from one year to the next, it does use the space-time model, so it has some smoothing in it. But the assessment's going to have even more smoothing because it's accounting for population dynamics. So it's saying the assessment says this sort of has to happen, whereas the FIS can be probably a little bit more independent and have a little bit more uncertainty around it, I would think.
Are there trends that you can model into the empirical rule so that you're not so far apart once you get there?
Yeah, I mean, Pete was talking about maybe bringing in fishery CPUE.
That's true.
Especially if the FIS was only surveying certain areas. You could bring in all sorts of things into the empirical rule. Another thing you could do is actually have a very simple model. There's surplus production models, delay difference models, which it's really quick to run, but account for some of the population dynamics. And so that would be a way to bring in the data, fit to the data, capturing that trend, but still accounting for the population dynamic. So I think there's still a lot of work that could be done on this, and it seems promising in a way, but I think presenting the performance metrics in this way suggests maybe it's not as bright and rosy as we thought it was in reducing the variability, because it's doing it some years, but not in other years.
Yeah, I mean, immediate feedback from at least Sportfish is not real hip on big changes in every 3 years, but but then what are the gains from you guys being loose? These things that'll be an advantage on the road, I don't know. But if you can come back with results that are like meaningful in terms of TCY and stuff like that, would be helpful.
Okay. Yeah. Michael.
I think the idea of doing some modeling on the differences over the long or medium term, 15 years, say, of where your results would end up with the annual as compared to triannual. It's the same. We've noticed a difference on the recovery of the TCY on the fast down, slow up.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have less effect on the up position or on the recovery. So you have less effect on the recovery of that TECY once you get to low position.
Yeah.
And I would be very interested to see how these models would end up in the end. Would they balance out, or would we actually see we hadn't recovered as much fishery, or we lost more fishery under one scenario than the other?
Yeah, that's totally possible to do in these types of analyses. we often call that foregone yield. What's the difference in, did we lose yield by doing this, or did we actually get to a better place by doing this? Yeah, and so those results would be available in these simulations already. It's just a matter of developing some metrics, something that would tell us something to compare across these two methods. So yeah, we can think about that if there's any metrics that are preferred for people to have a look at that. But I like the idea too, is this performing differently when the stock's increasing or the stock's decreasing?
Yes, that's
Is there
right.
a difference?
Because we've noticed that difference when we look at fast up, slow down.
Yeah.
Or fast down, slow up, whatever.
Yeah.
you wanna
Well,
call
it
it.
changed names a few times. It was all up, slow, whatever. I don't know. Cool. Okay, Robert.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Since I've been part of this MSAB group, we've really tried to limit the variability to 15% or less. And here it seems like we're going to be going above 15%. And is that just based on like the FIS survey? Is there a way to smooth it so that in the non-assessment years that we're kind of keeping up, so that when it does come to an assessment year that we're not having these big swings? Because I mean, I'm all for catching more fish when the fish is there, but if the fish aren't there and then all of a sudden we take a really big cut, like it's hard to run a business that way.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's really good feedback. I think that was getting at what Forrest was saying, is there a way we can bring in, or I guess others as well, is we can bring in other information? Is there something we can do to this empirical rule instead of simply just following the FIS to get at the trend a little bit better? And I think that's where our the creativity of this group can come in and developing empirical rules that would be good to test and see if we can get it better. But I think related to that 15%, I think that's another thing we've learned in this process, that at least in these simulations, keeping the change in the TCY below 15% is going to require a constraint. And that can be a bit challenging we found in some simulations we did, I think we could redo those, but it can have some pretty big effects in keeping that constraint to like 15% change every year for a number of different reasons. And we've also looked at the sort of historical changes in the TCY itself, and they've been above 15% on average, I think, over the last couple of decades. But that was a very interesting time over the last couple of decades too. But I think with this variability in this population, we might have to accept or find out a creative way to keep variability below 15%.
Like, is there a way to look at like the trend in the FIS? Like, if it looks like it's going down, then is it worth taking a little bit more? Because like in the non-assessment years, we're not taking as much of a change, but maybe it's worth taking a bit more of a change so that when it comes to the assessment years, you're not taking as much of a change, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and one thing we don't know from these results, it's not telling us is it more often a larger change down or a larger change up, or is it equal changes up and down? Or, that's another aspect we can look at. Is this 15%, the annual change doesn't account for the negative or the positive. So, is it trying to adjust down more often than when it has to adjust up? Or is the bigger change when it has to adjust up? And that might be, is that something that matters to industries, recreational, tribal, or commercial? Does it matter that they want to see a small change when it's going up as well? Or is this actually saying we didn't take much fish. We kept the catch rates lower in the non-assessment years, and then the assessment caught up by taking a large jump up and greater. We can look at performance metrics that do that as well. And I think maybe getting at three things that I'm seeing. What happens when the population's going down versus the population's going up? What is the absolute changes in the TCY that we're talking about? Are we talking about minuscule changes that have high percentages when the TCY is low? And then also, what are changes in what's the percent change or the absolute change increased, and what's the percent or absolute change when it decreases? And is there any different to that, or are they sort of more symmetric?
Yeah, I think I don't think anyone's really concerned about getting more fish. It's still when the trend is going down. I think that's where the concern is as a stock is getting at these low levels or whatever. If you're taking a big cut down again, it's hard because you can adjust as you take smaller cuts going down so that you're not taking a big cut at the end. But if all of a sudden, like, you're used to trying to make $100,000 a year, and then now you lose like 30,000 of that and you're making only 70, that's a big bite.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, maybe we can look into this some more if it's of interest. And let's see, I think that Tom had a question first.
Yeah, Alan, I just a comment on this. This was a pretty hotly debated, this topic, way back in the first year we set objectives. I know Chris Bohr was pretty insistent we'd like to try to keep within 15%, and Dr. Martell reviewed the prior 42 years. And 27 of those 42, we exceeded 15%. And I know Bob Alverson's always told us the FIS on itself has about a 13 to 14% variability in the core areas and about a 23 to 25% variability in the fringe areas. So trying to keep this, I'm not surprised that we're, above 15% on a routine basis. It's just a variability built into the whole process. You just can't get this tight as sampling. It's kind of the nature of the beast in this thing. So I don't think it really matters whether they're going up or down, because it's going to average us out over a long term. Then I think, your final comments on this thing were, do you want to have it more responsive over a long term or a short term? I think that's kind of what we're faced with here. But yeah, I mean, a 30% cut in 1 year or addition, it was arguable, was not good for either way for a business plan. So you want to keep it as minimal. But I think a lot of it can economically, can you afford to do assessments every single year? And so I think that's what's driving this is to spread it out a bit so it gives some economic relief.
Yeah, and I think there's a number of different concepts to think about, and these are all really good comments. I think from the MSAB, there's two things here. Do we want to continue investigation into new metrics? Well, three things. And on the next slide, you'll see what really are the objectives around variability in the TCY. And then the third one is, I had a really good one too. It'll come back to me. My mind's starting to think in 1,000 directions right now. But I think, Michael, you were next.
I'm looking at these numbers here, and I'm seeing the same thing that Bob was seeing, in that the 15% number seems to be missing it more than 15% of the time. And perhaps that number is the wrong number, despite the insistence when we're in, that should be the number. But I think that annual change we should be looking at that annual change number to be at 50% either way of whatever
we're beating
that, so it works out. It happens 50% of the time.
No.
which you can figure out by turning the math around the other way.
Right. If you could mute real quick, please. Thanks.
I think that would give us, then you could say, okay, well, this year we lost, next year we will probably gain, we may gain.
Right.
But half the time we gain, half the time we lose, right?
Yeah, yeah. That'll be another interesting thing to look at. I think in there, though, we have to consider how much we gain, because if we increase 20 million pounds, decrease 20 million pounds, flip flop every year.
You're looking at an absolute number, but I'm just saying as a percentage, we want there to be a 50% chance it'll move either.
Okay.
And that's what I'm thinking, that maybe we should be looking at setting it up so that it works out that way.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think Garrett had a question.
Yeah, I was just curious if there had been any at what if you continued out, to like SPR 60, just for the sake of inquiry, was there a point at which, maybe 1 out of 4 times there was a less than 15% change versus pretty much everything is above 50% except for SPR 52 on the non-assessment. So I'm curious if you were to take a much higher SPR, would we ever achieve that?
You'd have to, right? So it has to decline, because at a SPR of 100%, no fishing, that's a 0 all the time. That's no change at all. So this has to be a shape that is coming down around the 40, 46, comes back up for a little while because you start, but it must drop off pretty quick. But I imagine that's probably up pretty high above.
Right, because between 40 and 52, it's fraction. It's
not much change.
Yeah. And then if you
I was just wondering if there was if you looked into if there was a tipping point to where you got to, 65 and then it really ramped up, or
we didn't do too many simulations beyond 52. I think I only did 1 or 2 at different lower fishing intensities than that. I can look on the Explorer and we can get these. I can't do it for assessment and non-assessment years. We can do it for all years combined over average, but that is a good question.
I do understand that this is more long-term thinking, but for the short term right now, we've been going with somewhere around a SPR 52, and there are a lot of stakeholders thinking that we should have less fishing intensity than that at this point. Just kind of curious if there was something to consider there beyond 52 to stay within that 15%.
Yeah, we can look at the MSC Explorer and I can see if I have that number in there. But I think I only go up to 63, SPR 63, so a lower fishing intensity. But it is interesting. It'd be fascinating to plot this shape over the whole thing. I think the control rule really starts messing things up in here, and that's what creates this ups and downs. It should be more consistent at lower fishing intensities.
The control rule of 30-20.
30-20, yeah. Because that starts causing more change in the TCY because it's backing off the fishing. Did you have a question, Mike?
Just one other thought, and I don't know how much more we want to put into this, but if there was good reason to only do triennial full assessment because of resources or more time to do research, we could also think about saying if it's more than a 15% change in year 3 that you stair step it in over 2 years, right? And then you have a little more variability in that time period you thought was going to have no change, but you would have less of a jump in that third year. It's just another control rule. throw on it, I suppose, but
So that was the third thing I was thinking of is that that you can engineer this into a management procedure. And that's what we've been thinking about with constraints. It's not ever allowing it to be a greater than 15% change.
or 20 or whatever we
Yeah,
decide.
whatever you decide. What happens there is though you typically have to keep the TCY lower on average, so you don't have those so that when it is high that you can decrease fast enough. And that's where slow up, fast down, slow up, full down, all this stuff. And they even found then they weren't
Catching
up. And
Going
so,
down,
but
yeah.
we can do that now that we're simulation testing. We can make sure that we have the appropriate fishing intensity to go along with that type of constraint.
Question.
Yeah.
You probably already went over this and I missed it, so I apologize. I understood why you didn't look at annual, biannual, and triennial all together because the assessment years wouldn't line up. But why didn't you look at annual and just biannual and see how that played out? Was that simply a decision that the commission was looking at every 3 years instead of every 2, or a time restraint for your amount of work, or what's the thought behind that?
The first part of that is in our initial investigations, we found that the biennial actually had a greater average variability over time. And so we really started focusing away from that. And it wasn't until we went triennial that the 10-year average really dropped. And we're finding out why, because there were more non-assessment years. So the biennial seemed to have, in a non-assessment year, get a little far away and then have to take a slightly higher jump. So the biennial didn't seem to have much effect where the triennial did. Now we're digging in, and most of the focus has been on the triennial with the SRB and the MSAB making that recommendation as well. Well, we have, let's see, I'm just trying to figure out where we are in this presentation, but I wanted to summarize this section first. And it almost seems like I wrote this slide based on the comments that we've had here in the meeting. But the first thing is that that this is all dependent on the assumptions of assessment error and FIS uncertainty. So as we talk about different FIS designs, all these results could change. We found that assessment years have a higher typical change than non-assessment years. Yeah. But assessment years had a higher change than assessment years with the annual frequency, and non-assessment years had a lower percent change than non-assessment years with the annual frequency. But over all years combined, this 10-year period, the triennial frequency had a lower average annual change. So a lot of our recommendations have been based on that over all these years. So the real question here, what is the objective? Is it to have a lower average change over a longer time period, such as a 10-year period, but you occasionally have a larger change? You have a couple of years of low and then one of large? Or is the objective to reduce the variability in any single year? That you really don't want to have a greater than 15% change in 1 year, you know? And so those are two different objectives. And I think we would choose a different management procedure depending on what the objective is. So something to think about. I'm not asking the question right now, but you can think about, is that something important to put into the report? To state any preferences, or just to note that this is dependent on those two objectives. So that was a lot of information. It's 2:45 or 3:45 here now. And I want to see, how much do I have? Oh yeah, I think that we might. I'm wondering if now might be a good time, and then we pick up this presentation tomorrow, because this is starting the next question.
Might be a good time for.
Yeah, I think so.
Good time for what?
Stopping the presentation, have a review of the day, and then go into a little bit of report writing. And then go enjoy the barbecue. I think we have plenty of time tomorrow. We have all day focused on one presentation tomorrow. And then tomorrow night will be a serious report writing session. But tonight we can start forming some ideas.
I think that sounds great.
Sounds good?
Yeah. All right. The co-chairs, would you like a short break to summarize anything, or should we just go right into a summary and then take a short break before we start report writing?
I'm happy to do whatever. I can probably give a review of most of the day, except for maybe the last 10 minutes as I was putting notes together. But I'm happy to give a review now and then break afterwards, but happy to defer to whatever folks would prefer.
I'm happy to jump right into it. I agree.
Okay, so bear with me for a few minutes, folks. You're going to be listening to the eye in the sky. But just to give a review of kind of everything that we've covered today. So the day started off with the co-chairs beginning the meeting, providing a review of the role of MSAB. We also adopted the agenda. And then we led a round of introductions for all members and observers that are here today. We reviewed the MSAB membership, still have a few vacant positions, also welcomed a few new members to the group. Also, if folks are interested in joining MSAB, or if you know someone that is interested, connect with Alan and or Dave to get the informal process going. And also, it'd be nice to give your co-chair a heads up as well. Then we reviewed actions that have come up from both MSAB 20, which we had in October, as well as Annual Meeting 101 this past January. Overall, there are 3 recommendations from our meeting in October that are still in progress. One of them being the change in the wording of Objective C from optimize to maximize, and then evaluate it equally with the reduction in variability change. The commission is still considering this. Recommendation 2 was to explore this kind of triennial assessment frequency, which we just went over. And this is still being considered as well. And the recommendation 3 was to look into further evaluation of some of these MP elements, which is what Alan has covered with us this afternoon. And we'll also talk a little bit about some of this in the program of work, which we'll talk about tomorrow. The only outcome from the annual meeting with regards to MSAB was for the Secretariat to host an intersessional workshop with the Commission and some selected advisors on the harvest strategy policy. This was hosted in late April, and some kind of outcomes from that the Secretariat is working on to update the harvest strategy policy to then punt back to the commissioners for their review, and hoping to familiarize everyone with it at the work meeting and then bring it up at the interim meeting for commission consideration. So then we went into our first major presentation for the meeting, which was kind of a MSE backgrounder and how it applies specifically to Pacific halibut. So went over the history of MSE at IPHC, basically how we got started to where we are now. Overall, the definition is a process to evaluate harvest strategies and develop a management procedure that is robust to uncertainty and meets the defined objectives. It's an iterative process with stakeholders, scientists, managers to develop goals and objectives, develop MPs, stimulate and evaluate the results of testing these MPs, and then apply the chosen MP. And as Alan noted this morning, we've been kind of in those first 3 stages for a little while, but we're starting to kind of sneak towards that application aspect of it. We also clarify the differences between management procedures and harvest strategies, where management procedures themselves is a formulaic approach for calculating the actual quota, where harvest strategy in this case is kind of more encompassing of that, as well as the other steps of that process, so objectives and then the testing and simulation of the MP. We went into objectives a little bit, the important components of them and their importance to the MSE process. And then perhaps not surprisingly, we did go down the objective rabbit hole a little bit, but I'm sure that it will be a kind of a recurring topic throughout the meeting.
So we reviewed the commission priority objectives with MSAB recommendations for objectives B and C from our last meeting, which are still being considered by the commission. And then Alan also provided some insight into some of the work that he and the Secretariat have been doing to address commissioner concerns about kind of how these objectives are sequenced, and to ensure that sustainability is kind of top of mind. So with that, I kind of created a hierarchical objective format that considers the long-term sustainability of the stock before the shorter-term kind of fishery objectives. Also had proposed combining objectives C and D into one that kind of addresses the trade-offs that are inherently present with them. So that hierarchical format is going to be reviewed by the commissioners, and we saw kind of a preview of it this morning as well. Then we got into management procedures and what they are, how we use them, and how we test and code them or test and simulate them. They take many elements into account, including fishing intensity, constraints, assessment frequency, fish designs, all those fun things. And then once an MP is selected, it's then simulation tested many times and many years into the future to see how a stock might respond. The operating model, the engine room, if you will, that tries to predict the true population and are composed of things that we can't control: stock dynamics, parameters, variability in the stocks and fisheries. And as of right now, the operating model is set to be reconditioned after the full stock assessment takes place later this year. So as of right now, it's generally reconditioned every 3-ish years. And the max time that commissioners are kind of comfortable without reconditioning the operating model is max 6 years. But there are some cases where reconditioning of the operating model might happen kind of in the interim. And those are covered in some of the exceptional circumstances work. So, one of the helpful parts of the operating model is that we can simulate a wide range of scenarios, even if they are kind of unrealistic, and to see what the potential consequences could be. We went into evaluating trade-offs and how they can be examined, which can be challenging, particularly if we're thinking about yield versus variability. When one objective worsens as another improves. However, there's often kind of a sweet spot where the results of each are as balanced as they can be. Then to kind of wrap up that presentation, we reviewed the history of harvest policies at the IPHC, few historical objectives, and then the current 4 priority objectives are the most well-defined of the bunch. Currently, coast-wide SPR-based harvest policy has been used since 2017, and we've been kind of taking a look at that and seeing if the SPR rate of 43% is still kind of where we're aiming to be, and noting that was an MSAB recommendation out of our last meeting, and something to consider if we'd like to carry that forward as a recommendation from this meeting, and if we want to add kind of a timeline for that to that recommendation. So something to keep in mind as we review the draft report. So after lunch, Alan gave us some updates on some of the work that he's been doing based on the recommendations out of our last meeting, including some additional understanding of some of the patterns that we've seen, and some more in-depth assessment, frequency, performance metrics. That's what we've seen today. And then tomorrow we'll pick back up with what's on the screen now, looking at some investigations into FIS designs. So overall, we noted that at lower fishing intensities, higher absolute spawning biomasses were present, but so were reduced median TCUIs. Lower fishing intensities didn't realize high TCUIs seen at higher fishing intensities, and did result in lower TCUIs more often than what we had seen over the short term. And now that I'm reading that back, I realize that was a very confusing sentence, so my apologies. In terms of kind of looking at the trade-offs between high and low TCUIs, higher fishing intensities tend to take advantage of high biomass, but high fishing intensities can also result in kind of a negative feedback loop at low biomass levels and will keep them lower for longer. In terms of a minimum TCY at an intermediate fishing intensity, the minimum TCY is at its maximum. When we took a look at some more in-depth analysis of some of the trends and patterns that we've seen when comparing assessment frequencies, noted that we've kind of stuck to comparing annual versus triennial assessment frequencies as the way that it would line up in the way that we could compare them. The ability to compare 4 assessment years and 6 non-assessment years. So while using a simpler approach may reduce the variability in mortality limits, it's likely to result in a bigger change in the assessment years if we were to move to a triennial. So as Alan had just noted before turning it over to me, overall, it kind of is what is the objective that we're looking for here? Are we trying to keep variability to a lower level over a set period of time, like 10 years? Or are we looking to try to reduce the variability in any given year, in which case the annual frequency has a lower variability level? And I will pause it there. Pete, did I miss anything crucial that we should also include?
Not that I can think of. That was really good.
That was very thorough.
Thank you. Trying to be helpful online.
Amazing.
Yeah, any questions, review? Anybody have any thoughts about things that she may have missed or your thoughts on the review? And then we'll go into report writing, and that's where you have an opportunity to insert something into the report. We're all ready.
Chris with his hand.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, and I might have missed it, just in the discussion of the priority objectives for the second objective about the addition of the wording on a spatial and temporal scale relevant to the fishery. We're going to get some follow-up as to where that came from and what it actually means.
Thanks, Chris. I did skip that part. Missed that. Apologies.
Yeah, and thanks, Chris. I have not had a chance to look into that yet. I can do that tonight, but Dave and I were talking briefly, and we think it happened in a discussion with commissioners, and they provided some suggested language, and then we incorporated that suggested language, and that's where that came from. But I'll confirm on that. And it's something that I think the MSAB can make a comment on and can recommend a new phrasing to that objective if they wish, along with removing the commas in objective 1.
It's just been nice to understand.
Yeah. So with that being said, should we jump into the report, if that's all right? And we'll give this a little while and then break. I'm going to share my screen. And just see if this works. Okay. Thanks, Jim. All right. Let me see if I can. Oh, well, I think we just have to work with it like this. If that's okay with everybody. So now that I'm sharing my screen, I can't see participants, but just chime in. We'll try to do this. So, okay, for the new people, this is the report. I think you've probably seen reports from the commission in a very similar format. The process is that we'll add paragraphs during this meeting, and overnight, I'll go away and clean it up and then send out a version for all MSAB members to have a look at in the morning. And then we'll review it the next morning at the meeting. And so it'll sort of be developed organically throughout the meeting, with the goal of this report will be adopted before we leave on Thursday. So a little bit of incentive if you want to get out of here early. Okay, so we have the report from Juneau, Alaska. And
Better already, thank you. It's locked anyway.
There's these different levels of terminology contained in this report. This is helpful to review, but we tend to use level 1 is something that will typically go forward and be summarized for the commission. So if you really want the commission to see something, we use these terms like recommended or requested. The formal and informal, the way that I see it, recommended really puts it as something that, the MSAB would like the commission to consider, whereas things like requested are more like directed at the secretariat for things to do. That's the way we've used this in the past.
Alan, is there a
Make it bigger?
Not bigger.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and then level 2, we don't use level 2 much, but it's more of an agreed, and it does not typically get elevated in the commission's reporting structure called here, so it's not brought in terms of like summaries of this report and things like that. And then level 3 are things that the MSAB would like just noted, important concepts, things that could help understanding of recommendations and things like that. So as we get to, if you have an important sentence or something that you want to put into the report, we'll then decide what level to classify it as. The executive summary will fill in later. Table of contents will fill in later. And that gets us to the meat of the report. So this session isn't to review the report. This session is to help write the report. We'll review it in the morning and we can make things, but I think right now we're sort of just brainstorming and things like that. So if you have anything on here, so I'm just going to go over this pretty quickly and then we'll have a chance. We'll have multiple chances to actually really make sure the words are correct and commas are where they should be. The first paragraph is just opening this, and anything in blue is what we'll update during the course. So we don't know how many participants yet, so we'll get there. Anything in yellow is a link, and so we'll provide that link later. So anything in yellow, just ignore for now. But things in blue will need to be updated and worked on. So if there's something that we haven't quite finished yet, we'll just highlight that in blue as well. So we'll get the apologies sorted out of the absent board members. I don't even know how many were absent at this time. The third paragraph is boilerplate from all the MSAB reports, and that's just reflecting the IPHC rules of procedure. And it is bringing up this is a quote from the terms of reference. And so we talked a little bit about this, but we didn't go over it in detail today. But this is the mandate. The primary roles of the MSAB are subject topics to be considered in the MSC process, provide the IPHC secretary with direct input and advice, and represent constituents' views in the MSC process. So it's pretty generic there, but the second paragraph of the terms of reference give a little bit more details, recommending objectives, performance metrics, candidate management strategies, scenarios that we want to investigate, that everybody encourages everybody to participate equally, assist in interpreting results, and then representing information, views, and outcomes of MSAB discussions to constituents, and then gather and clearly articulate the interests and concerns of constituents as well. So that's all just basically a quote of the IPHC Rules of Procedure from 2024. I'm going to highlight that. I think it's already linked. Yeah, it's already linked, so that's good. And then noting that from the terms of reference, we've been talking about how the MSE process is stakeholder informed and scientifically driven. And that's sort of the background of the report. Let me just do this. We adopted the agenda. That'll be put in there. We talked about membership. And that was as of the 3rd of April. And I put in a paragraph here noting that the next term expires on 31st of December 2026. So people are locked in for a while. So buckle down and have some fun with us. So, but no, that's just for us to make sure that before a term expires, that we reach out and make sure an MSAB member is good to continue for another 4 years. Was there anything else in membership that we needed to note? I wonder if I'll ask Dave if we should acknowledge any new members. I'll just put a little note there. Don't mind my spelling. My hands aren't as fast as they used to be. Okay, and then we went, so was there anything else on membership? We've had some paragraphs here in the past, but I don't think we had too much discussion this time.
I don't remember discussion, but do we know that there's still vacancies?
Yeah, I've noted a few this morning. So there's a Canadian commercial, I mean, we could note those vacancies. How about that? Because there was discussion about the process too.
Yeah, Alan, I'm looking at the report from MSAB 19, so last May's. And for the MSAB membership, we did go into how interested stakeholders can express interest in it. We noted the
You may have just cut out, Gwen.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we did cover vacancies. We covered new members, how folks can get involved, and I think that was about it.
Oh man, so I got to turn off automatic save. Some weird stuff here.
Is it safe to assume that since we've got some new members, we've had some retiring members, and do we want to acknowledge, and say thank you for all the retiring members and all the years that they've stuck with us?
Yes, that's a really good point too. And I think the only retiring member was Kurt Iverson. Oh, and Per Odegaard.
Dan Fowley, where's that?
That was a while
That was a
ago.
while ago, yeah.
I think we already thanked him and said, see you later.
Yeah, Per Odegaard though.
Yeah, that's Garrett replaced Per. If you're okay, I can do that, and then I just write that down for memory, and then I'll write the actual paragraph, unless people want to wordsmith right now. Let's see. The other thing was...
Did we want to list all of them since the beginning that are now gone? No.
No, I think just the ones that recently,
Yeah.
since the last MSAB. Oh yeah, what else was it? The process, was that right?
Yeah, and what seats are vacant?
Yeah. I'll finish that sentence. About
Recalled.
yeah.
Approved word.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I like that one.
Okay, just check.
I imagine that Dave will modify my language a little bit, but that's okay.
No.
Just for paragraph 10, Alan, do we just want to maybe put the, the table that you showed us, just say some vacancies on the board, and instead of having to list everything, just say see appendix and put that table in an appendix?
Yeah, the table will be in the appendix as well, so it's already appendix 3.
Yeah.
Is it okay? Well, then just maybe just say, then you don't have to write it all out.
Yeah, good idea. Dave's going to help me word this, but I'm just trying to get it down real quick. And we'll then appoint. That's what it is. Expressions of interest. Try and remember the language. Was there something else under membership?
I don't know if I don't think you have it down there. Oh, you kind of captured in paragraph 11, but just the process for submitting an expression of interest.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the wording could probably be pulled directly from MSAB 19's report.
Okay. All right, I'll have a look at that and then we can review that in the morning. All right, anything else right now on membership? Okay, the next section was update on actions arising from the 20th session of the MSAB. This was just noting paper 4 that provided the MSAB with an opportunity to consider progress made during the intersessional period in relation to recommendations requests from the 20th MSAB. And the MSAB agreed to consider and revise as necessary the actions arising from MSAB 20, and for these to be combined with any new actions arising from MSAB 21. This is what I was mentioning, Linda, with your question. What if they're not completed? Well, we can bring them forward into this document. So I don't think there was anything in particular on those actions arising other than that.
And carrying forward will happen when we discuss program work and talk about things that we maybe have decided in the past we want to move forward. And
Yeah, because we want to make sure that we've gone through the work that we've done. Then we'll talk about the program of work and carry forward any of those, or we'll remind you of the things that were not finished.
Okay, so now is not the time to.
I don't think so. Okay. Yeah, we'll finish the presentation tomorrow morning, and then I'll just remind you what they were.
Yeah, and whether we want to emphasize them again. I mean, that's the time to. Okay.
Yeah, if you want to just put them in verbatim or reword them or redirect them,
okay,
we can do that. Okay, so outcomes of the 101st session, that was just that one to have the workshop. So I don't think there's anything else there. This is where the work begins. So this is the first presentation with document 06, providing an overview of the IPHC MSE and how it supported development of the draft HSP. this is where I did not try to write things for the MSAB at this time. But I'm wondering where the objectives come in. I think we're going to go over objectives in the program of work again. So maybe we identify, so.
Like the objective of a minimum.
The one Chris mentioned that had the new wording in it.
Oh.
The temporal and spatial scale. I wonder if we just note that, because here is where I presented that. Maybe the MSAB noted.
The wording change.
Yeah, noted.
Instead of change, maybe wouldn't reword slightly just be? It doesn't have the same question.
Reworded.
Yeah, just reword.
Yeah, I don't think we want to say first of all, it's priority objective 2 or whatever we numbered. It's not all of them. And the objective hasn't changed. Some of the wording has changed around it. And I just don't understand what that wording means. I don't understand the rationale for it, and I don't understand what it means. So we're seeking clarity on that. Or I'm seeking clarity on that.
Priority objective 1 or 2, whichever one it was.
I think it was 2. For spatial for 2.
B.
Because basically, we don't want to raise an objection. We just want to seek clarification.
Yeah, it's actually B. It's actually B, not 2.
It's not 1 or 2, it's B.
Yeah.
Okay, like I said, everybody needs lawyers.
1, 2, B.
How's that?
I'm not sure about the first part of the sentence. We noted that priority objectives were presented in a way to highlight the hierarchical nature. We've always presented them that way.
I'm trying to get at this new method of presenting them and highlighting. But we can take that out if you want.
Well, it just seems like we're saying the way that it wasn't presented in a hierarchical,
right,
in a hierarchy in the past, when in fact it always has been. I think it's just the new way it's being presented is to try to emphasize to the commission that there is a hierarchy. So they appreciate that.
So maybe it now reflects the MSAB's hierarchy of objectives, something like that.
Is reiterated an acceptable verb?
No.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. We've used some interesting ones, but I don't know. Let's back up and what's really the point here? I think there's actually more points than just the rewording in B, unless the MSAB wants to really highlight that rewording. So I think what we can do there was also another change to the objectives, and that was the C and D, the third and fourth, were combined into one.
Yeah.
To balance those trade-offs. I think that's important to know.
Wasn't that percent at 20 and brought up the annual meeting and discuss the annual meeting?
20, what's the 20?
MSAP 20.
Oh, MSAB 20.
Last year when we just.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
when
it
we
wasn't
did
really.
That's when we combined it last meeting.
Well, the MSAB 20 was where the maximize came in instead of optimize yield. It's been since then that working with the commission, the secretariat has then combined them. So the MSAP has not recommended combining them. And that's why I think it'd be important to note that and agree to it or something like that.
I thought we had recommended combining and giving them.
Oh, you-
full weight.
Not combining them, but taking them in equal consideration.
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion.
Yeah. But I want to get back to B and the rewording, and I'm trying to think. I don't know.
Can't we just say that we noted the additional wording on priority objective B and requested clarification as to the meaning and intent? I don't know, something like that.
I think that's a good idea too, and I think we should actually highlight the phrase so we all know what we're talking about.
Here on the screen.
The on a spatial and temporal scale.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So end request.
Because that's the whole issue right there.
The spatial and temporal scale relevant to fishery.
Because that wording never in there or involved before. It's always been coast-wide. The temporal scale has always been short-term.
Okay. Doesn't it seem like numbering rather than alphabeting makes priorities a little more clear?
Does.
Hierarchy of priority.
Can't remember
I mean,
why
if you're trying to say it's priority 1, priority 2, why would you make it A, B? To me, that is less clear. But
Yeah, I can't remember what that was about. It used to be numbers and then it changed to letters. And I
Yeah.
think that was something that happened at the meeting.
with the
When-
commissioners,
Yeah, the first time they specified these, they put A, B, C, D instead of.
Okay.
Slide 9 uses numbers, says the same, has the same objectives.
Yeah, it used to be like 1.1, 2.1.
Yep.
yeah, right. And slide 9 is where it's combined.
I can wordsmith this, but is this starting to capture it? This sentence here?
That looks good, yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's spatial and temporal scale relevant to the fishery. I think it's.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. I'm going to put in from the commission and we'll see what Dave thinks of that. Of the relevant fishery, was that?
Temporal scale relevant to the fishery.
Oh, relevant. Okay, yeah. I think the key here is to get down the real concepts. I can work on wordsmithing a little bit, but as long as we get paragraphs down, I think that'll save some time for us. Got a few more to go through here.
Alan, just a kind of overall question as we're trying to put paragraphs together. Are we trying mostly just to get the paragraphs of the kind of key discussion items or questions that we had?
I think that's all we have time for today. I think we just wasted 25 minutes, not wasted, but we spent 25 minutes on this one paragraph when we probably have at least 10 more to write tonight. So if anybody
Okay,
wants
so
to,
kind of the more like background, like this was recovered, like those things we'll cover later.
Well, yeah, I mean, if people say, I want to say something about this, we don't have to spend 20 minutes wordsmithing it right now. We
Right.
can put that down. MSAB wants to say something about this, and then people can think about it tonight. And what's really helpful for me is if you come back with a paragraph tomorrow. That's
Perfect.
really helpful.
Will you send this out tonight?
Yeah. And then tomorrow we'll have more time for report writing because tomorrow will be more important. And then we'll have time Thursday morning to review the report and finish up the writing, and then we'll adopt it after that. So there's at least 3 more sessions to write and come back and add paragraphs or whatever. So I think this one, I think that it's important for the MSAB to say something about the combining of C and D. If the MSAB's in agreement for that, if they want to request that that's be included as part of the formal objectives. I don't know where the MSAB sits, what their opinion on that is.
I don't think we kind of really discussed an opinion. I think we noted it that priority objective C and D had been combined. I think maybe we do want to discuss it a bit. I kind of like them separate, and I don't really understand the rationale for combining them, but maybe we want to have a short discussion on that tomorrow. But we didn't really get into that of whether we supported it or we were indifferent or whether we didn't want it changed.
I'm going to move this down into the program of work then, because I think it could be some work for us to do. We haven't gotten there yet. Okay, was there anything else under the background that we wanted to bring up? I think something along the lines, do we want to say anything about the productivity and some of the discussions we had about different productivity regimes?
I don't know if this is the time to note it, but it seems that there's some interest in exploring low productivity looking forward, and I'm particularly interested in seeing, if we were to remove the highest productivity era that we are kind of have been coming down from over the last 25 years, what the medium and long term would look like.
I think Forrest's point too is also having in any of these evaluations, having that high and low productivity picture as part of the evaluation.
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to see kind of like best case and best case,
if we say,
worst
or if we're
case,
still
average of the two.
Yeah, I put here, maybe we can have really just this general statement, something like that. And then in the program of work, we have a more detailed statement of what you'd like the Secretariat to actually investigate.
Great.
And Alan, I'm just going to jump back. I just pulled up the report from 20, and our very first recommendation talks about changing maximize, and then it says, and that this objective, along with the variability and yield objective, be given equal consideration to allow for the evaluation of trade-offs. So I feel like we had that conversation and supported it originally.
Yep. Yeah.
Am I wrong in that, or am I misunderstanding what we're talking about? Chris just said we need to take into that, but I thought we'd already decided that we supported that.
Yeah, and what I was thinking here, oh wait, sorry, that's the wrong. That was membership. What I was thinking Yeah, maybe a good thing here is to, what paragraph is that? From 20, report 20?
It's under the recommendations section in the executive summaries where I read it
Okay.
first, but
Does it have a number after para?
yeah,
26? 14.
And that particular part is D in paragraph 12. What is this?
Right, okay. So is in paragraph 12 or?
Clicking on it.
I can figure it out. But
Okay.
yeah, so, but I think recalling that.
It's 14.
Okay. So what I think we can do is recall that paragraph up here. And then if we want to add in a specific statement about that here or later, it'll have context. Okay. All right. So yeah, we have, I don't think agreed that there's interest, but agreed that it would be useful to explore.
Take out there, agreed that there.
Oh, yeah. All right. Is there anything else people wanted to highlight from the background?
There was some discussion from a couple of different folks. I don't know how much traction it gained and if we want to put it in the report at this point, but there was some discussion about kind of looking at almost like a tiered approach. Like when we're in this productivity regime, we operate at X fishing intensity. When we're at that productivity regime, we operate at Y SPR. I don't know if it's been kind of fully baked out or baked out any more than that, but there were a couple of comments and some discussion on kind of a if this then that approach.
Yeah, and what I was wondering is if we want to put that in the program of work as a request for the Secretariat to incorporate that as an element in the management procedures to be investigated next.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense to me because I know you have a few slides in the program of work presentation that kind of look at these different like productivity regimes and stuff like that.
Yeah, and we still have to talk about that. So maybe we can have the presentation tomorrow and then figure out where that would best fit.
Sure.
I'm just gonna put a little note here.
Maybe we noted it here and then we delve into it further below.
How about this? Agreed that there is interest in exploring productivity regimes. Sorry about weird track changes. Their effect on the MSE results and how they may be incorporated. Into a management procedure. And then we can later on put more specifics in that.
Yeah, and not only just how they can be incorporated, but how they would affect the management procedures.
Yep.
Yeah, well, as far as the up and down is concerned.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's coming in their effect on the MSE results.
Yeah. That's your suggestion as well. Well, maybe perhaps the 15% make if a maximum.
Right, but is that this section? I guess that's right.
No, probably later down. It's
Yeah.
all related.
Well, and is this where we want to bring in, or do you want to save that for the statement of work about
I would say
discussing
Save that. for
absolute
statement of work.
minimum biomass threshold? Or does that come up later?
I think here just having a real general thing, and then some more details on it below would be helpful. This is just an agreed, and then if there's more details, we can put it as a requested, and that way I
Oh,
really.
yeah, no, I didn't mean in this sentence, I mean.
Yeah. Oh, in this section, I think under program of work,
Okay. But that's,
probably.
but we haven't done that yet, so we don't
Right,
include it in the
right.
notes at this point.
Right, and I
We
think
talked
it'd
about
be
it
useful
today.
to talk about the productivity regimes in the presentation we give tomorrow first, before we start really forming those types of things. But I have a note down below to make sure we incorporate that. Yeah, I think that's one thing about the how smart and creative MSAB members are. They're usually way ahead of me in my presentations.
Articulate too.
Should we move on to update on the MSE process, which is what I was presenting this afternoon? And we can always review this in the morning, and if somebody has a suggested paragraph related to more what we've done in the MSE and where we're going, or I guess what we've really done up to this point, we can add that in the morning. Okay, there were a lot of things discussed in this.
You talked about, the trade-off between maximizing, minimizing variability, maximizing, or is that, am I in the right place?
Yeah, that's more in the objective. I think we discussed that earlier in the previous section, but we're going to hold that off until the
That as
program of
well,
work.
okay. All right.
And down here, that's where I have the MSAL recall combining a C and D. We can bring up MSAB 20 report, what the MSAB already said last October, and then work off it there. Make a recommendation. Here was where we first talked about the requests from MSAB 20. We first talked about the high and low TCYs at different fishing intensities.
Well, more variability at high fishing intensity, is that what you mean, or is that?
No, the high fishing, and this was the presentations on how the higher fishing intensities resulted in higher TCYs, and then the probability of being less than 20 million pounds, or probability of being less than 80 million pounds. And so that so I don't know if there are really any outcomes of that. Appreciated is another verb that we can use.
We appreciated your presentation with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's been done, like appreciated, say we appreciated the explanation of this and that. And it's just a way to note something, or you can just note that this happened or not. You don't have to do anything at all.
Well, yeah, I mean, some of the simulations ran from the last meeting.
This was no new simulations, actually. This was just exploring these results a little bit more.
Hey, Alan.
Yep.
Hi, it's just Robert. I got to sign off here for the day, but I just wanted to make note that when you get down to the annual and triannual assessments there, that we should try and see if there's a constraint, that there's a way to put a constraint in to limit the variability. So it's not such big swings, especially when we're in low levels of TCUI right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. We can put an agreed here, and then under program of work, we can make a specific request to investigate constraints and what those might look like.
All right. Thanks, Alan. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Robert. So, yeah. Let me share my screen quick here. Just remind people of the these plots here. Was there anything people wanted to say about this investigation?
Yeah, I think some paragraph kind of addressing the trade-offs between TCUIs and SPRs, and add it, maybe something explored kind of several trade-offs on what they may look like kind of within the short term and in the long term. Overall, like at intermediate fishing intensities, the minimum TCUI was at a maximum or something along those lines.
I was looking at slide 16, and I think that's where part of that conversation started, and maybe we could note that on, referencing that the trade-offs between average total mortality and variability, are maximized between SPR values of 43 and 46 or whatever. We discussed that because I think we're gonna re-up our recommendation of SPR 46.
Right. That's a slightly different concept than this one, though.
Okay.
This isn't looking at variability yet. So I'll remind everybody. So let's go back up. This was the paragraph noted that lower fishing intensities resulted in higher absolute spawning biomass. However, lower fishing intensity did not realize high TCUIs and did result in lower TCUIs. And so we did this investigation looking at all these things, not looking at the variability, but looking at the trade-off between the probability of being less than 80 million pounds and the probability of being less than 20 million pounds. And found also, related to what you're saying, Forrest, is that, right in those mid 40s is where you had the lowest probability of being less than 20 million pounds.
I was actually on slide 16 from the earlier presentation of 6. So sorry.
Oh, okay.
We sort of passed, we moved on, but I was slide 16 of the 06 is what I was referring to.
Okay, so we're jumping back. Boy. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, and this was provided as more of an example of how to evaluate the trade-offs, but it is new results. So I'm trying to think where the best place to put that in would be. I just don't think that type of statement belongs in that section. This section was really meant to just be an understanding the MSE. Making that type of statement, which is, well, no, it would, I guess you could say, because like you said, it supports the previous recommendations.
Yeah. Sorry, this was not new simulation, this slide?
No, this was available at MSAB 20.
and presented. This slide wasn't presented in this way, but the MSC Explorer created that slide
Right.
from MSAB020. This slide here. And this is long-term, so this isn't the short-term, what the objectives are actually, but maybe we can just make a statement that the variability is minimized. You want to say an SPR 46%? And then do we want to go as far as saying this? What do you think of that, Forrest? I'll just say that recent instead of the current results.
Works, right?
And then if we want, we can recall what you were getting at, Linda, is recalling the recommendations that are still in progress somewhere in this report. And we might want to think, if we do recall those, I mean, maybe we do recall those up here. So we could, if you want. Or in progress, I'll put in progress.
Consideration.
Yeah, and I'll just fill out these details tonight. But we can recall those, I think it was two or something that weren't done.
Well, one had a timeline. There were 3 that were not done, but one had
Right.
a timeline for consideration. 2 didn't have
Okay.
that.
Yeah, and so we can recall those, and then this will make more sense too.
And then we'll below say what to do about that, or whether we think those are still relevant, or.
Yeah, and then below we'll just put in those recommendations or reword them however you wish for them to be.
Okay.
Or we can word that up here. But I'll get them into the text, and then we can figure it out from there. How's that sound? Okay, so let's skip this stuff. I don't have anything on my notes on this, although I think what Gwen said, it'd be nice to note something simple about this.
Yeah, I will take some time tonight and tomorrow morning before the meeting starts to see if I can come up with something that better encompasses what my brain can figure out right now.
Yeah, no, it is hard to write this stuff real quick. I know it's getting late on the Pacific Coast and getting a little bit late here too. So we'll figure out something to say there. The next section was these triennial and annual assessment frequencies.
So that's something about the less variability with the triannual.
Yeah, so the
Better
MSAB.
figure. Noted. Triennial assessment, smaller average amount of variability over a 10-year period, but with larger chunk. That kind of sums it up, right? You want to say something about we discussed ways to mitigate that jump for?
I think we can talk about ways to mitigate that jump in the program of work. The program of work will have a section of what MP elements the MSAB wants requesting the Secretariat to investigate.
Okay.
And so I'll cover that tomorrow as well. So I guess this paragraph, I've already written in a couple here for consideration. So yeah, so related to this, I've written in a paragraph. This one down to. Sometimes the track changes can get so ugly. Okay, so 30. So 30, 31, and 32 are related to the variability, the triennial and the annual assessment frequencies. Is there anything else we should say in this section on that?
Defining objectives.
Yeah, we can say that. We also talked about the MSAB wondered, is that acceptable?
Considered.
Yeah, considered. I'll write noted for now and I'll get the concept down. Noted that I think considered might work here when the population is increasing versus plan. All right, so
Yes, I can look. I can look up the you just did an analysis where I work. Check it out.
all right, does this sentence sort of make sense?
33.
Yeah, 33.
Not calculated for parents.
Yeah, they were just not separated out by when the population is increasing versus decreasing during not calculated for periods. And then in the program of work, we can highlight the request if wanted.
So, what may show important differences, what you're saying is if we looked at increasing versus decreasing, we may see
If we
important
did.
differences. Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to
We can always.
organize it into a way that we could just say they noted this.
Yeah.
And then why did they note that?
Yeah, we can fix
Yeah. Oh yeah, the other thing was the MSAB. I'll put it as agreed that presenting change in the TCY as an absolute metric instead of a percentage.
Yeah, would offer, say.
Other than that,
Yeah.
There wasn't consensus, but the idea of having smoothers on the empirical rule for using that in between.
oh, right. Yeah. How about we save that for the program of work? And then we can sort of have a paragraph on requests on potential elements of an empirical rule that would be worth investigating.
So the program of work are things we're all going to come back to. We're going to come back to and discuss.
Yep,
And-
tomorrow. That's all,
Okay.
pretty much all day tomorrow.
For this
That's the
section,
important stuff.
for this section, do we want to add anything on the research trade-offs with the triennial assessment? This frees up resources to explore some of those biological questions that we need to explore. But it has some trade-offs, caveats with it too, that we don't know what those would be.
Right. Or reinvent.
But may result in, do we want to say any but in this sentence?
Which could introduce greater variability or greater change or short-term change or something.
Your annual changes in the short term, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be in this, in annual, because this
It
would,
be
yeah, this would only occur
on
in the
assessment
training.
years.
Yeah, general assessment.
It would reduce variability on non-assessment years. Which is good to have. Extremely high.
Have a negative impact there.
Increase the magnitude of change.
That's the
Yeah.
trade-off is
Yeah. We learn something new, or they think they've learned something new and it changes.
well, yeah, that's a different angle. That was true. That didn't come up.
And that's why it would be nice to investigate further if there is some kind of early to see when we've changed regimes. So that we're not reacting 8 or 10 years later.
That's true. Yeah. Yep. Recognizing those signs sooner. Yeah.
At least even if we got a warning,
Yeah.
4 years in, okay, that's bad, but not as bad as 10 years in.
Yeah.
This is basically it though.
Okay, I'm just trying to get things down. It's 5 o'clock now.
Bloody from beating my head against.
And then we can wordsmith these in the morning and tomorrow afternoon as well. We'll have many more opportunities. Just want to try to get down the main points so we don't lose them. Is there anything else that we discussed today that people want to make sure get in here?
Agreed.
Alan, it's Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Paragraph 35. I don't know if we've agreed yet to that presenting change in that we've noted it, we've talked about it, but I don't think we've actually reached an agreement.
Okay, good point. I think it's important to capture that somewhere though, because I did hear it multiple times. And then this next sentence is for tomorrow's presentation, the continuation. Well, I think this is a good start. And tomorrow we'll have a lot of discussion about what we're really going to put as the meat of the report. Anything else before we break for the day? And I'll talk about the barbecue once we're offline.
That's appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah.
We don't want to make you jealous, Gwen.
No, we wouldn't want that.
If you want to feel better, it looks pretty misty out there.
It helps a little bit. At least it's sunny here.
All right. Do you want to close it for the day?
Sure. Yeah. Let's close for the day.
Cool.
Thanks, Gwen. Everybody online.
All right. See you in the morning.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Enjoy your barbecue in the misty weather.